Meetings. We have two committee meetings discussions today. And I just want to start by doing a few housekeeping items for you all. One thing that I noted, we figured out yesterday was that the internet can become unstable for some of our online speakers. So if you notice that it says something on the screen when we bring them up, connection unstable, please disconnect your source or your phone or your computer from the internet so that we make sure that we have full capabilities for our speakers. If that happens, I might need to interrupt the speaker and make that announcement, but just be aware of that. And then we do have the restrooms again. You'll take a right and then another right, kind of a U shape to get to the restrooms. We do have a few pastries left, some muffins and some banana bread, and then coffee in the kitchen here. And then please be careful if you are coming up to speak with some folks here. There's a few cords plugged in here, so make sure you're watching your step. We're gonna go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you would all rise. I pledge allegiance
By the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and get started with some of our federal updates. We will go ahead and start with Riley Scott with Jeff Bird's office.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. My name is Riley Scott, and I'm Congressman Jeff Hurd's Deputy District Director based in our Grand Junction office. I'm going to do some quicker updates this morning because I will be presenting some more federal policy updates in the Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee. So just wanted to go over a couple things kind of relevant to PLNR and then water that we found through the One Big Beautiful Bill that was just passed a few weeks ago. There is an additional $1 billion in that bill to work on water infrastructure building and maintaining. We don't have the specifics of exactly how that money is going to be allocated because they could just put the funding in with some of the budget reconciliation rules, but we hope to get some guidance from the Bureau of Reclamation and Department of Interior shortly on how that money will be allocated. Congressman Hurd also recently spoke, I believe last week, with Secretary Burgum of Department of Interior. He brought up the importance of unfreezing the funds for the Shoshone water rights. He's talked about that with Secretary Burgum multiple times, but this is another one. Congressman Hurd knows this is a huge priority for the Western Slope and is fighting very hard to get those funds. And really appreciates all of the communities like the ones you guys come from that have taken up put their own skin in the game and added funding to that project, and really appreciates you guys for doing that. And we're trying to do our part on the federal side. Congressman Hurd also spoke with Secretary Burgum about the wolf reintroduction and the possibility of potentially limiting importation from Canada. Wolves coming into Colorado as a potential federal nexus as how we can address that. Obviously we have things going on at the state level as well, but that's one thing that Congressman Hurd believes is a potential way to stop some of the bleeding, not fix the entire problem. But as you guys know, with this problem, there's not an easy fix. So we're looking at that, and he spoke with Secretary Burgum about that, as well as the importance of finding a BLM director. It's now almost August and we still don't have one. So Congressman Hurd did bring that up to Secretary Burgum as well. Also in the One Big Beautiful Bill, as Undersecretary, what was her? Sleeper mentioned yesterday, there was some codifications of some timber production, increased timber production in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So the specifics on that is that the Forest Service is going to have to increase the amount of timber that they're selling by 250 million board feet each year, starting in 2025, going through 2034. So that under that timeline, we could see two different presidencies, but the law of the land, according to Congress, still, directs this Forest Service to continue increasing timber production. It also directs the BLM to do the same thing, but only with 20 million board feet increase in each year. It also requires the Forest Service to enter into some more longer term timber contracts This is something we've heard from a lot of different people in the timber industry, that they don't have long enough contracts to make good investments or kind of get those loans if they need them. And the federal government, you know, doing in 1 year kind of timber sale is not sufficient for their numbers and their bottom lines. So it does require that the Forest Service enters into 40 new timber harvest contracts of at least 20 years. And the BLM do the same, but for 5 timber contracts. And that goes through 2034 as well. Also just wanted to touch on again, the fact that the final bill did not include any public land sales. That was a big priority of Congressman Hertz. He fought to get it out of the House version of the bill, and luckily the Senate parliamentarian did take that out of the Senate version of the bill as well. One bill that I want to flag that is the first bill that Congressman Hurd has passed the House is called the Wetlands Conservation and Access Improvement Act. That bill is a reauthorization of a program that takes the interest on taxes when you buy things like ammunition, and it puts it into a fund for wetland conservation. So the North America Wetlands Conservation Act. That program, this bill would extend it for another five or 6 years, and continue to modernize that program and add some additional funding there so that we're continuing to make sure our wetlands are nice and that our aquatic creatures that enjoy those wetlands are doing well as well. This is a bill that has support from Ducks Unlimited. This is a big priority of theirs. So we were really excited to be leading that bill in the House, and we had a bipartisan co-sponsor from Maryland, and we got that passed out of the House last week under suspension. So we're hopeful that the Senate will take that bill up as well, and that we can continue conserving those wetlands. So that's all I've got this morning, and happy to take any questions now.
Questions for Riley? Sorry, one thing I should have noted. 1 Merit Linky, 2 Merit Linkies before you start talking into your microphone. It's only because Raybeck is in here. Any questions? All right, well, you guys will have, oh, Callie.
Callie May.
Callie May, got it.
Give her your mic.
Maybe he wasn't talking.
Exactly. So thank you very much. Appreciate info. Was there any, what was the conversation like about a BLM director? Is there any, do they have any ideas? Are they moving forward at all? What was the response?
I don't know exactly what the response was, but I do know that Congressman Hurd brought it up and continues to advocate for that. So hopefully we get something soon.
So any thoughts what we can do to push on it too?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Congressman Hurd knows that it's a big priority for this district and the West in general, but not sure what they're doing out there.
And we are in conversation with Bill Groffey that used to work for Koga as well for some of our fall conference planning. And so I can give a little nudge there too and see if he has anything to offer.
Well, I'm gonna beat that dead horse.
Ah.
I mean, you need to send the message back to the congressman that this isn't something he just follows up with and comes back and forth. I mean, this is worth pounding your fist on the table and demanding participation in the next selection and actually being a part of that process and not just waiting for an update. I mean, I know he's a freshman, but Hurd needs to take leadership on this issue. And it's because Colorado is as affected as any other state, more so than the other states on this. And we really need that leadership out.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jeff.
1 Callie May, 2 Callie. So this is Merritt Linky, Grant County, and number one, I appreciate you being here and I appreciate work that Congressman Hurd is doing. And I'm really just gonna follow up a little bit on what Jeff said, in that the work that you're doing on the W's, water, wolves, and wildfires, even though you didn't talk about wildfires specifically, we could go on and on for hours about forest management, or therefore the lack of, has led to, in Grant County, these things, all 3 hit home in Grant County for sure. Second biggest fire in the state was right in the middle of Grant County, the northern end, almost 200,000 acres, most of which was federal land. So I really appreciate that. and offer any assistance I could lend to talk with Jeff Hurd about these things and how we could possibly come up with solutions for that.
Thanks, Barrett.
All right, let's give Riley a round of applause. Next, we're gonna have Hillary Henry from Senator Bennett's office and provide some updates. Let's welcome her.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again today. A couple of updates. First on water, Riley talked about the bucket 2E funds, which are the funds that came from the drought funding and the Inflation Reduction Act. And will fund Shoshone as well as $170 million worth of other projects in Colorado. Senator Bennett fought for that money in the Inflation Reduction Act and then spent a lot of last fall and into the winter, talking personally with the director of the Bureau, the Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner, the Director of the Interior, to say how important it was that that funding got announced. It did get announced right before the change in administration, but we have not seen it get obligated. We have been tracking all of the letters coming from the Western Slope about the importance for those funds to be released. We agree very strongly that those funds should be released now, that the lower basin is already getting funding, and that it's time for the upper basin to get its fair share. So Senator Hickenlooper is leading a letter to say that those funds should be released. We're hoping that will come out next week, and I'm very glad to sign on. I think this is a huge bipartisan issue for the Western Slope and one that we are happy to support and to continue to do with our other congressional colleagues everything we can to raise the profile of the issue. We also recently reintroduced the Tribal Access to Clean Water Act. This act would increase funding through the Indian Health Service, USDA, and the Bureau of Reclamation to support water infrastructure projects in tribal communities. It's something that we've worked on with Representative McHugh and Senator Hickenlooper, as well as Senator Heinrich, for a number of years. And really critical, I think, and eye-opening fact is that tribal communities are 19 times more likely than other populations to not have access to clean water. This is something that we could fix, and I think something that Senator Bennett feels very strongly that it's part of our trust obligation to do so for them. And then finally, in the watershed space, we have a number of watershed health forestry bills that we've carried for a number of years that were originally introduced as farm bill markers. These are things like reauthorization for the Joint Chiefs Program, for the Water Source Protection Program, for another important and a couple of new programs as well to allow for private entities like water utilities to make sure that in their watershed, even on public lands, that after there's a fire, that recovery can happen. We have not been able to pass those yet because there has not been a farm bill. And as I was talking about yesterday, the prospects on getting a farm bill done this year are looking increasingly bleak. So we are trying to pass those as part of the Fix Our Forests Act. Some of them are included now, and some of them we are including as amendments. I'll also just say for fire, Senator Bennett has been very engaged on this issue. I think earlier this year when there was the voluntary resignation programs, the deferred, the voluntary early retirement, deferred resignation programs, and then the firing as temporary employees. We saw about 1,600 red card holders lost through that process. So these are non-primary fire employees at the BLM and Forest Service who have wildfire credentials and that play important support roles when there is a fire. He wrote to Secretary Rollins about that and was actually able to speak with her afterwards. I think they had a very successful conversation about that, and he has been getting regular updates actually from Kristen Sleeper and the USDA about how wildfire response is being managed across the West. And when we saw the outbreak of the fires In June, we were very glad that we saw, high-level teams on the ground almost immediately. And so something that Senator Bennett is very engaged on and will continue to track closely and continue to push the agency to prioritize fire and on-the-ground fire resources, even as they make pretty drastic changes to the structure and size of the agencies. So for public lands, yesterday we've talked a lot about reconciliation and that public land sales were not included in that. That was something Senator Bennett felt very strongly on. And we were glad as well to see that was not included. Now that we're through that, we're looking ahead to the budget process. We are seeing in the president's budget request pretty significant decreases in funding for our federal land management agencies, about 65% for the Forest Service, a total zeroing out of our state and tribal and private forestry funds. So these are funds that primarily go to the state and then are given to private landowners to do work, often in the wildland urban interface. And then also a transfer of fire services out of the Forest Service into the Department of Interior. We have pretty significant concerns with that plan because right now, fire is integrated into land use management planning. So pre-fire mitigation is tied to fire response, fire, and then forest recovery. And we're worried that plucking that one service out of USDA and putting it in Interior will mean that we no longer have that integrated look on how we are managing our lands. And something we also, the Forest Service is an agency built around fire primarily too. And so we're also concerned about what that means to the Forest Service from that agency. So we will continue to track that. The other big thing that's happening is, of course, the Fix Our Forests Act. Senator Hickenlooper, as you heard yesterday, negotiated that with a bipartisan group of senators. That is now making its way to the Senate. Senator Bennett, as his role as the ranking member on the subcommittee that oversees forestry in the Senate Ag Committee, will be offering a number of amendments to that bill. Some to include programs like I was talking about for watershed health, and others because we've heard from a number of Colorado communities about the importance of making sure that local voices are not lost, even as permitting is streamlined. And so we're trying to find some more common ground approaches to address their concerns. And then I will give you a quick overview of our public lands bills and wrap it up. So we are excited to hopefully in the next few months introduce a conveyance of the Crystal Reservoir, which is a very small reservoir outside of Buray, but really critical for their water source and their hot spring. And right now there's some dam safety concerns. The Forest Service has drained it. The town has offered to repair the dam and would like to refill it. And to ease that process, we're actually going to convey it from the Forest Service to the city of Buray. And I think this is the perfect example of how we think public lands transfer should be done. They're done with full support of the local community and make a lot of sense for all of the players involved. The Forest Service also doesn't have issues with it, neither does the state. So I think we feel like that where the local community is engaged in thinking about specifically how land should be managed, that's the right way to talk about land transfers. We've also reintroduced the CORE Act, which you all know well, as well as the Southern Dolores NCA. And then finally, we also reintroduced the GORF Act, which I wanted to talk about for just a second. We've heard some concerns since it was reintroduced this Congress from Montrose County, I think really sort of in two buckets. One is around the process. And that I think at Montrose County's request for many years, we have left them out of the bill. But there was 5 other counties that wanted to be included and that our office has worked with very closely, including Delta County, Gunnison County, Hinsdale, Saguache, and Pitkin County to put together wilderness and special management areas that make sense for their communities. And Delta County also has a mineral withdrawal. So we feel like we've done the work and we'll continue to stand by that work we've done to talk to people on the ground. The second bucket of concerns is around the timber industry. It sounds like, there was some miscommunication about how this bill would affect the timber industry. We have been talking with the mill for the last year and a half. Very closely, Senator Bennett has invited Jim Nyman, the owner of the mill, to testify. Before Congress, and has a close relationship with him. And we will continue to talk with them. We have clarified recently that the information that went out was not accurate. It did not reflect the position of the mill, and they currently don't have a position on the board of Act. So that communication recently went out to commissioners, and I believe that they're working with the Economic Development Council as well to correct some of the information. So with that, I will wrap it up, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Hillary? All right, let's give her a round of applause. And like we briefly mentioned yesterday, Senator Hickenlooper's team has a staff retreat today, so they don't have anybody joining us, but we are joined today by Congressman Negus's office, hailing from Washington, DC. We have Abby Callahan, and she is up on the screen. We're gonna get the audio set up for you, and then we'll turn the camera so you can see the folks in the room as well. So let's welcome Abby Callahan.
So, can you all hear me okay?
Give
One second.
Abby.
Okay.
Go ahead, give it a try.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Perfect, thank you.
Perfect. Well, thanks everyone for having me join today. Hillary covered a lot of our shared work, so I'll try to keep this brief, but happy to answer any questions as well. And for those who don't know me, I'm Abby Callahan, Senior Legislative Assistant for Congressman Negus in our DC office. I cover our natural resources, energy, environment, public lands, wildfire policy work on the out of our DC office on the legislative side. But I'm from Fort Collins, Colorado, back home, so appreciate everyone joining today. I know it's a bit early in Colorado as well. So I'll just run through a couple of things, some of which Hillary covered already, but on public lands, Congressman Negus was very excited to see public land sale removed from the reconciliation bill. We worked pretty hard to get those provisions pulled out in the House side, and also partnered with Congressman Hurd, issuing a joint statement opposing that the sell-off of our public lands as well, knowing how important those are to our district and to Colorado. So excited to see those provisions out of the final bill. We've also been very closely monitoring the reorganization plans at the Department of Ag and Department of Interior, and what that means for our public land agencies, knowing that we are expecting, this summer to be potentially have high fire risk. We're very concerned about any potential impacts there, like Hillary was mentioning, on red card holders, and impacts to our wildfire preparedness. So that's something we're paying a lot of attention to, and have asked questions of the Forest Service and Department of Interior officials. The congressman has questioned them in hearings and sent letters, things like that as well. But very closely monitoring any impacts to our public land management agencies, and want to be as helpful as possible. So to the extent that there are additional areas that we can be helpful there, please definitely let us know. We also have joined Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper, and Rep. Pedersen with writing to the Forest Service, pushing back on some of the proposed cuts to state, private, and tribal forestry, and requesting those funds from the Forest Service be released very quickly to Colorado. There have been some delays in the release of those funds, which have been impacting the state's ability to carry out projects. So in addition to concerns about the current proposed budget and the cuts in there to the state agencies and the federal agencies impacting the state, we are also trying to make sure that all of the funds Congress has appropriated are getting out the door and to where they're intended to go. So that's something that we're continuing to monitor very closely as well, especially as we head into the FY26 appropriations process. And very concerned about some of the proposed cuts in both the president's budget and some of that released House bills for FY26. I'll also reiterate on the water side, we also are very supportive of the B2E funds that Hillary was talking about, including Shoshone and the other projects across our district and the state. And we will also be joining that letter that Hillary was mentioning, requesting those projects and the funds for those projects be released as quickly as possible. We joined Senator Bennett's office in introducing the Tribal Access to Clean Water Act a couple of weeks ago, which Hillary also mentioned. And we also work with them on that forest, some of our watershed health bills and forest recovery, or the Watershed Protection and Forest Recovery Act, which she mentioned, so I won't get too far into that as well. Back to wildfire, we recently relaunched our bipartisan wildfire caucus with Representative Malloy as our co-chair. She's a Republican out of Utah. Our caucus is evenly bipartisan, which is a very unique piece, and we plan to continue that, so we build up membership evenly on both sides there. But we recently relaunched that effort and are excited to continue working with folks across the aisle to talk about these issues and have bipartisan conversations about wildfire. We recently introduced a package of wildfire bills from the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission's report that came out in 2023. That was the nonpartisan commission. It came out with nearly 150 nonpartisan and consensus-based recommendations. We released a couple of bills based on that report. We have a bill to try to understand and reduce barriers to doing wildfire mitigation work across land ownership boundaries. So between federal, state, local, private lands, trying to reduce some of the barriers that I know make it very difficult to conduct work on a landscape scale. We also, one of those bills would establish an advisory board to coordinate federal wildfire research and trying to help translate all of the great research that's being done and help that be a little bit more manageable and translated into practical applications for wildfire managers on the ground. And we also have a third bill from there, which would mandate a quadrennial review of the wildfire landscape, assessing the challenges and difficulties that folks are viewing on the ground with wildfire and forest health, and how we can better address some of those issues in Congress. Those are a couple of bills that we've introduced that come directly from that nonpartisan commission report. We just introduced those last month. We also reintroduced, Congressman Neguse leads the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program reauthorization bill, which we reintroduced as well, and is bipartisan. We also reintroduced the Joint Chiefs reauthorization with Senator Bennett's office, which is also bipartisan in the House, in both chambers this year. So continuing to push for reauthorization of those programs, either through the Farm Bill or they're both also currently included in the Fix Our Forests Act, so making sure we can continue to use those important programs. I'll also turn to secure rural schools, knowing that that is an incredibly important program for a lot of our counties and a lot of you. We are the co-lead on the Secure Rural Schools reauthorization bill in the House this year. We led it previously. This year, Rep. LaMalfa is the lead on the Republican side. So we're continuing to work with Representative LaMalfa and our Senate partners to get that program reauthorized. It has been more challenging than it should be to get this program reauthorized, given the bipartisan support and how important it is to so many rural and mountain communities. But we're continuing to do everything we can to try to get that program reauthorized. Understanding that most that folks received payments earlier this year, but for most folks, those are not the amount that you are used to. So we are continuing to push for the full reauthorization of that program as well. Lastly, I'll just say on public lands, as Hillary mentioned as well, we joined them in reintroducing the CORE Act this year. We also joined Senator Hickenlooper's office to reintroduce the Sarvis Creek Wilderness Completion Act up in Routt County. And we're continuing to use our position as ranking member on the subcommittee on federal lands to do everything we can to protect our public lands and make sure that our agencies are staffed to the level that is needed to protect those lands and work collaboratively with the local communities and with you all. So I will stop there, but please let us know if there's anything we can do to help as you're seeing challenges happening on the ground. If there's anything that we can do, definitely please feel free to let me know, and happy to take any questions.
Wonderful. Are there any questions for Abby? Are there any questions for Abby? All right, not seeing any. Not seeing any in the room. So let's give Abby a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us, Abby.
Of course, thanks so much for having me.
And if there's any follow-ups, we will make sure to reach out to you or Julie and make sure to get you guys connected. So thank you so much.
Of course, that sounds great. Thank you.
And with that, I will turn it over to Bonnie.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the PLNR committee meeting. My meeting mantra is keep her moving. So remember that when we get to Q&A, keep her moving. So I'm going to go ahead and have Callie read the ground rules. Robbie LaValle, our other co-chair, is joining us online today. So Callie, if you'll give us our marching orders.
All right. So in accordance.
He's telling you you
I'm
didn't say
being
one
told I have to
Callie name,
introduce
two
myself. No,
Callie.
it's 'cause I have to introduce myself.
Oh.
So Callie Scritchfield. So in accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and hold off for just a couple seconds and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with the microphone for you to use. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce themselves. You'd go that direction.
And I might turn it over to Robbie and see if she has anything else to add. If not, I will go ahead and introduce the folks online.
I do not. Thank you all.
All righty. So online joining us, we have obviously our wonderful co-chair, Robbie LaValle. We have Ryan Spencer, we have Kathy Welt, and we have our board chair, Michael Murphy, online joining us today. And then myself, I am Brittany Dixon, Executive Director of Club 20.
Good morning, Andrea Wilson, Policy and Operations Director at Club 20.
And I am Cameron Riddell, the Administrative Assistant for Club 20.
Oh, sorry, hold on, got it. And that's an example of what not to do.
Lois Mesa County.
Tom Kleinschnitz, I'm co-chair of the Tourism and Outdoor Recreation Committee, 20+ year member of Club 20.
Randy Looper, City of Gregg.
John Fishering from Montrose County.
Amy Tooker, Montrose County, and PLNR.
Reese Melton, Natural Resource Director from Rio Blanco County. Oh, and for the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation District. Always forget that.
Barry Keller, KLJ Engineering Grand Junction.
Chris Trees, Garfield County, Club 20 Board and Water Co-Chair.
Scott County, for directors.
Rachel Richards, Mayor of Aspen, Pitkin County. Thank you.
Steve Erkenbrecht, Mesa County.
Larry Henry, Senator Bennett's office.
Kathy Fackler for Durango.
Sarah Carlisle, Tri-State.
Riley Scott, Congressman Hurd's office.
Evan Morris, Garfield County.
Matt Schuler, Jackson County.
Robert Sakata, Department of Ag, Ag Water Policy Advisor.
Oh.
Brad McLeod, past president, Club 20, Executive Board, Excel Energy. Big fan.
Bowling champion.
Big fan of Mary Lindsay, who didn't bowl last night.
Barrett Linky, various, Grand County, various assorted boards, committees. Past president, past chair at Club 20, big fan of Callie May.
So Kelly Scritchfield, Rio Blanco County, and co-chair of ELNR.
Following Callie May, I have Jeff Comstock. Executive Committee of Club 20, Board of Directors and Foundation. Ken Begadall, Moffett County.
Bonnie Eddy, Delta County, and co-chair for PLNR.
Nancy Fishering, Montrose County, co-chair of AG and on the executive. Cindy Dozier, Montrose County and executive committee.
So before we get started with our first speaker, we just need to thank our venue. I'm sorry. I'd like to thank our venue and lunch sponsors, Chevron and Rocky Mountain Health Plans, our reception sponsor, Rocky Mountain Health Plans, and shout out to Bill McKee Cattle Company that's sponsoring our PLNR committee today. So let's get started with our first speaker who just snuck in. Do you need a bottle of water? To catch your breath. Erin Carney Spar is the Executive Vice President for the Colorado Cattlemen's Association. And she's going to get us up to speed on all the changes that's going on with state lands.
Thank you. That I-70 traffic got the best of me, so I have a appreciation for all that travel I-70 over to Denver or the Front Range as I have.
Usually that way is fine.
As you know, state lands are predominantly on the east slope. However, Moffett County would be the county that has actually the largest percentage in their county of state lands. And so I think as we look at just all the agencies in the state, it's important to take that into account. And I'm a little flustered. I should have stopped a little. And for those that I don't know in the room, I'm Erin Spoor, Executive Vice President for Colorado Cattlemen's Association. I've been with CCA going on, actually this is my 10th year. And thanks. Some might call me crazy, but took over as the exec role going on 2.5, 3 years ago. And so I've been trained to navigate through, a number of these issues and always look to Club 20 and you all in the room as partners and in trying to navigate a number of these issues. And so, you know, as we face a number of agency issues, I think one that's recently popped up that, CCA has been, intimately involved in for a long time is looking at state land. But I think, with some of the recent actions, specifically looking at, some of the media and press around, the new hire for director, as well as, the two appointments, to the commissioners. The state land board is now a little, there's a little more, attention to the state land board. We, CCA structure is we have, a board of directors, 15 member board of directors, and then we also have 10, steering committees. One of those steering committees is, state land, where I'm also looking at our water committee chair right here, Callie. So there's a lot of overlap as we look in the room, but, on our state land board, we have an ag roundtable that meets yearly, with the state land board and with our leadership, and to talk about issues, that's come up or anything new that the state land board is pursuing. I would just remind everyone that what's unique about the state land board is they have a constitutional mandate, to generate reasonable income, from their properties or their investments. So state land board's portfolio investments include, ag land. It also includes, office rental properties in Denver, and so they have a diverse portfolio. But all of the proceeds from that, goes to fund, K through 12 schools. So if any of your schools have received BEST grants, that those are coming and funding through the state land board. I know in my, hometown, we actually just received a BEST grant to build a new school, and so we're, really appreciative of those funds. But 96% of state land board lands are, have ag lessees on that land. And so I think it's really important, and that's what we've continued to say, is it's really important that the state land board does not drift from that, as we've been historic partners and, will continue to be, historic partners. What is different maybe, with state lands compared to, say, Forest Service or BLM, is their ability to layer leases. And, it's, always this balancing act that we always, push on from the ag lessee perspective of, balancing where it's not affecting the ag lessee, but also it's balancing that for generating income for the state land board. So when we look, I think the model one for layering leases is the Lowry Ranch, just right outside Denver. I can't remember what it is, but it's something like 50 to 60 leases are layered on top of each other, from ag lessee to recreation, to oil and gas leases, to a number of recreation. I believe the Model Rocket Club goes out there, shoots off model rockets. I'm gonna get this wrong, but there's a fox hunting group that goes out there and does that. There's also old missile silos out there. So there's a number of leases, and the current ag lessee, Nick Trainer, has to kind of navigate all of those layering of the leases. But I think what's also important is to think about the average lease, or I guess I could go through, there's different tiers of leases, and it goes from tier 1 to tier 4. In tier 1, and it's just based on who's purchasing the infrastructure, who's keeping up the infrastructure. And so it goes from a tier 1 lease to a tier 4 lease. And so, as we dig into that, you know, just based on if state land board's buying the infrastructure, that lease is maybe worth more than if you're having to upkeep that infrastructure and everything else like that. So what we typically see is a state land board lease is more comparable to a private lease than maybe your Forest Service or BLM. But what we continue to tell the state land board is if you continue to layer all these leases, that value for the ag lessee goes down. And so that's how you balance, it's continuing to balance the generating income versus that layering of leases. And so that's what we continue to say. I'm kind of jumping all around here, but we as a state land committee sat down with the new state land board director, as well as she attended our annual convention in the state lands committee. This administration, as well as the state land board, has 4 main priorities for state lands, and those are recreation, conservation, renewable energy, and affordable housing. And when you say those, all of those could be in conflict with one another. When we look at recreation versus conservation, or we look at recreation to renewable energy, that is what we can say. That's what our message was, is we can have these broad goals, but it's when you get down to these nitty gritty that we all have to, that's where the conflicts arise and everything like that. So we've had a number of past issues, specifically with renewable energy in the Colorado Springs area. And this was about 3 years ago. Without notification, there was letters sent out that their leases, a significant portion of their leases were going to be under review for a solar lease. And I think that's when we look at federal lands from Forest Service to BLM to state lands, is that these are such an important piece of producers' livelihood. And they're not just a separate piece to their operation, but it's usually that whole operation. They look at their state lands, their private ground, even their federal leases, just as one whole singular operation. And so when they start taking, say, 3/4 of their state land lease, which then affects their entire operation, that's potentially removing those producers off the ground. And so that's a real concern that we have, especially when we've talked renewable energy. There's also been the talk of agrivoltaics on land, and CCA has, and I know probably a number of you have been involved in work groups or study groups around agrivoltaics. And even the solar companies will say, we're not there yet. And so I think putting all our eggs in one basket to say agrivoltaics will make sure, you know, sheep or cattle will stay on the land. I don't think we can have that level of certainty yet. The last thing that I'll mention is a pretty significant on state land board, and then we can talk about past legislative session. A pretty significant policy was passed, and a leasing structure where I believe it was in the April board meeting, they approved a carbon lease on the Chico Basin Ranch, which is just outside Colorado Springs. I'm gonna get the acreage wrong. It's a significant ranch, and that's a portfolio that the state land board has. Is they do own significant ranches like the Chico Basin Ranch, and then they go through an RFP process for that ag lessee or the recreation lessee. This kind of sets policy going forward for the state land board, but they have, I believe it's 2, and there could potentially go to 3 approved carbon companies. This one was with Grassroots Carbon. And the lessee brought this forward, and I think what's significant is the split. The ag lessee is going to be receiving 75% of the proceeds coming from that carbon lease, and the state land board will be receiving 25%. What is significant is this kind of sets a precedent for what will be going forward, but there is this narrative that is saying the ag lessee is getting too much of that percentage. And I think some of the staff was pushing that, that ag lessee will potentially have to make management changes, anything like that. And so I think this is an issue we'll continue to be involved in. And I want all of you in the room to also be aware of this as it sets precedent. But it's also a significant income offset or lease offset to the ag lessee. So I'm very curious to see what will happen to lease rates from here. Will they be affected? And just seeing that dynamic going forward. The last thing I'll mention is House Bill 25-1323 set up the state land conservation and recreation working group. There are 3 ag seats on there. I believe there's also a county commissioner seat. And it's a 25-member working group looking at the future of state land. And so ourselves, Farm Bureau and Farmers Union were the most active on this group. And so each one of our organizations put forward a name as a representative. And so we're still working through the legislative process to see who will be the rep, or the 3 reps going forward for the ag. But the timeline for that is they have to have recommendations, I believe by November 2026. They have to at least, the names will be released by September of this year. And then they'll meet throughout the next year and then have recommendations to the state land board and the legislature by November of 2026. So we'll all be watching that. And that's all I have. So I think there's a lot going on the state land board and on the state land board front. And I think everyone needs to be watching it, because even if you don't have state land, I think some of these policies could trickle into other agencies. When we look at even CPW lands, I know it has ag lessees or other agencies as a whole. And I know CCA will continue to advocate for producers and landowners as well. So thank you for having me. Are there any questions?
For Spotted County, what you say carbon, are we talking about carbon injection? Can you explain that carbon lease?
Yeah, it's not carbon injection. This would be a soil carbon program. So this is, they would take soil samples and then kind of see where you are on the soil carbon. So this is not, I know there was controversy specifically in Washington County and Yuma County on carbon injection. This is not what it was, but more soil carbon and carbon storage.
Hey, Aaron, thank you for following those issues. Those are critically important to Moffett County too. And one of the things we've seen in our county with so much state land is this, there seems to be a faction that's pushing the stewardship leasing side of the state land board, which is all the environmental lease stuff. And finally, the state land board had to recognize that livestock management is critical to proper environmental management too, whether you're looking at soil health or any of that. And I just encourage, as these things move on, to just keep pushing the role that livestock can provide as a tool We've seen that, it's like sage grouse management in Moffett County, they literally are using livestock to manage that habitat, diverse sage grouse habitats. And as that moves forward, keep pushing that aspect. I noticed in your 4 priorities, livestock management was not at least the category. I'm sure that they will either fall under some type of conservation, but man, elevating that to be helpful.
Yeah, thanks. And I would also mention, I somewhat did not mention this before. There is, and there continues to be a push for public access of state lands. And currently there's not public access on state lands, and it's because they are higher value, but also, I mean, ag lessees are paying a significant amount. I believe the average rate is around $30 an AUM. So it's a significant amount, and that's why we continue to say that it will decrease. But also, if we want those environmental values, if we want any of that, it leads trade-offs that we continue to say that when we look at federal lands and just that competition for recreation and conservation and all those other attributes, continues to be those trade-offs. And so there is a huge push right now for public access on state lands.
Thanks, Erin, and thanks for making the trip on I-70. Yes, we understand that. So just as a heads up, and so I sat on the state's wild horse working group, and Nicole Marino, Rose Marino, was very intimately involved in that. And I will tell you that group's desire is to put horse preserves on state land. So whatever we can do to prevent that. And I will say, and I don't recall the gentleman's name that works for the state land board that was all at all these meetings. He kept pushing back a lot and saying, you know, our role is to make money. And I don't see how horses are going to make money, but I can see they will find a way. I mean, they will get people to pay to keep these horses, to put them on land, and then that dries up as soon as they get them there, and then people don't pay for it. So somehow we've got to push back on that one.
And I'll just continue to say, and this is a reminder that I have in the back of my head too, when I start to get riled up, is the saving grace that we have for the state land board is there's a constitutional mandate, and it's written in the Constitution that they must generate reasonable income over time, and it's that reasonable income that is our saving grace, and will continue to hold them to their feet to the fire. And if they don't, we do have an avenue to hold their feet to the fire. And so I think that's what I continue to remind all of my members and myself on a daily basis, is that constitutional mandate.
Merritt, Linky, Grand County, appreciate your involvement in all this stuff. So a couple of questions, one of which is this 25 seats on this new board. Who is the final say and who gets those seats? And then, and kind of going off what Callie and Jeff just said, we all know you're living it, is this all-out attack against specifically animal agriculture. We know this is the thing, and we're trying to get rid of that. And then the second question would be is the constitutional mandate that you've mentioned. What happens if we don't do that? I mean, who's accountable, and what happens if we say, no, we're just gonna do recreation on this? So
the answer to your last one is you pursue it legally and you sue. And it's the very clear guidelines of what they must do. And so I think that's our saving grace. And of course, we'll try to not sue, but that's our final kind of avenue for that. Merritt, what was your first part of your question?
just who, because the membership of these boards is really critical in terms of how we get these decisions and these policies in place. Who is the final decision that's going to choose these members?
Yeah, it's pretty complicated, but going through there, different. I can't recall it off, the top of my head, but, the House Minority Leader, the House Majority, or the, House Minority Leader, Senate Minority Leader, and either the House or the, go ahead. Ready?
So I believe, and again, it is very complicated, but it is appointments from the House Majority Leader, House Minority Leader, Senate Majority Leader, or not Senate, I mean, President, but, and then also the Senate Minority Leader as well in there is included. So it's also, or geographically diverse as well. It's the first statement within the guidelines is saying that it needs to represent the whole state.
So I believe the three ag seats, one is from the House Minority Leader, one is from the Senate Minority Leader, and then one
think
is
it's-
from the Majority Leader, but I can't remember if it's from the House or the Senate. I believe it's the House.
And that one, I think, is more on the conservation ag side of things as well, if I remember correctly. But it's very complicated and I can get you that language because they very clearly outline who's choosing which seats. Oh, and while I have my microphone on, I do want to say and give a shout out to Aaron and Cattlemen's as a whole. They're one of our partners in the coalition and have been very strong and active in everything as well. So I do want to give a shout out to Cattlemen's as well for that.
Sometimes it's easy to remember that, I mean, in the old days, I mean, we all kind of were raised in our careers with that money management side of the state land board. But then a few years ago, they changed the constitution to give authority to actually manage for ecosystems and conservation, and there lies that foot in the door for the whole other side of things. And so it's important that even as this state land board director, as you guys all interact with her, she's focused heavily on those amendments in conservation and ecosystem management. We need to bring her back a little bit toward the point of supporting school systems too.
Yeah, and I would also mention that, ag as a whole has also benefited from not just pursuing revenue as well, because for so long we saw just the lease going to the highest bidder. And so we pushed in ag leases to also have a stewardship component to that and longevity to that as well, because we're seeing, especially on the Eastern Plains, a lot of kind of ag lessee people putting in these outrageous bids, just trying to get those access to those lands. And then in 2 years, they're kind of out. And so we have pushed, when they're renewing those leases, is to look at that income piece, but also that stewardship piece. But I agree, that we have to continue to push that from all angles and also show and elevate what ag does on the land. It's not just grazing, but there's so many other ecosystem benefits that grazing has on the land.
This is just our 5-minute reminder to wrap stuff up. So if there's any more questions for Aaron.
I would add one piece that I forgot to mention as well, is that the grazing lease rates had typically been done through a survey that CSU would send out. Producers or anyone with leases would fill out and then send back, and that's how kind of those lease rates were set. Since COVID, we've seen significant survey fatigue as well as a significant decrease in participation. I believe the last survey got maybe 10 responses, and so they were trying to set ag lease or those lease rates based on those responses. And in one region, it was less than one response, or there was one response, and then state land board staff would go out and get some private leases, but like that, those are pretty skewed. So we've been pushing for about, I don't know, 4 or 5 years that we need to rethink this, and this isn't a great way to do this. And so we've been going through a grading rates kind of committee, and we're moving forward, and I believe potentially at the next state land board meeting, they're going to propose, state land board staff is going to just introduce the concept of a formula. This was really created by Lewis Martin. If you know Lewis Martin, he's a great manager, Round River Resources on the Eastern Plains. He has 2 significant state land board leases on significant ranches. And he has kept track of the cattle prices since, I believe, the early 90s. And so it's based on cattle prices as well as corn prices, with kind of an adjustment factor in there. But it trends with cattle prices, and then it'll be a 3-year average. But we're seeing this as a much better avenue than doing this survey with 10 responses, and then they're very skewed. And we saw, I believe after the last survey, it's every 3 years, there was just weird wonky jumps in like the Northeast region, but then the Southwest region had like a 5 to 7% decrease. And so we're just trying to see it even out throughout. We're also talking about potentially doing away with the regional pricing and just doing a whole statewide rate. As we're looking at all these changes going on, we're recommending that we do a statewide rate, and then if we see significant differences, then move to regionalization of prices. But for right now, do a statewide rate. That has not been finalized, as we're still trying to weigh the pros and cons of that. So any feedback on that would be helpful. But I also wanted to flag that.
Yeah, I think we probably need to wrap up now. Do you mind following up with your? Thank you. So, Erin, thanks. CCA's involvement in state lands is really critical. So appreciate you being here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker, we're going to bring Riley Scott back up from Representative Office, and there's just an awful lot going on federal lands, and so we wanted to take a little bit deeper dive and address some of the issues that have been brought up to me since the winter meeting. So take it away, Riley.
Thank you, guys. I don't think it's on. Look it up.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you to Bonnie, Callie, and Robbie for having me in this committee, and excited to talk about a little bit more in depth some of the federal issues happening in our public lands policy. This morning, I'm going to start with Secure Rural Schools, or SRS as it's known locally. But basically, SRS funding was first enacted in the year 2000. It was in response to kind of the timber wars that happened in the 1990s, mostly in Northern California, Oregon, Washington, but basically the decrease in timber revenue was really hurting counties because counties were receiving 25% of the timber revenues, public land in their counties, and they were utilizing that money to pay for schools, roads, bridges, other, county services that are very important to these rural forested counties. And with the decrease in timber sales and some groups not enjoying timber being cut or logging happening in their communities, it was decreased. So then counties were left with a much lower amount of money to operate their budgets on. So the federal government decided to step in. They authorized in 2000 a 5-year authorization of this program. Kind of a trial period and see how it goes. And since then, we've been fighting for authorization every couple of years. And I know that this is something that many members of Congress, not just Congressman Hurd, but many members have been fighting for a long time. As Abby mentioned, Congressman Neguse is a big champion of this program on the Democrat side. And it's not just a Western issue. There's plenty of rural forested counties in other parts of the country, but there's also many counties that don't have any rural forested areas. So I think that's one of the big aspects as to why this sometimes isn't as much of a priority. This is not a nationwide issue. It doesn't benefit every county. It doesn't benefit every congressional district. So that's why it's something that we need to stand strong on from CD3 and from other counties that this impacts, because it doesn't have that nationwide impact. And there's some political horse trading that goes on in DC on this issue. I worked for Congressman LaMalfa before Congressman Hurd, and he's the leader of this on the Republican side and has been for the last few years. So I've seen this in Congressman LaMalfa's office, that this is something, you know, people that don't have the benefit of this in their district are like, oh, this is just a handout to these counties, and it's not, obviously, but it's just the reality and something that we need to stay strong on. And I know Congressman Hurd is learning or knows how important it is, but is going to definitely try and utilize this program as a leadership role. Some more recent updates as to what's been going on. The House version of the One Big Beautiful Bill did have a 3-year SRS reauthorization in the bill. Unfortunately, when it went over to the Senate, that was stripped out of the bill. Congressman Hurd was super excited when it was in the House version and pretty bummed when it was taken out of the Senate version. Don't really know why that is. I did hear that there was a pay for in the House version of the bill, and it just got pulled. I don't know if it was Bird rule or just didn't make it in. But previously, before we got into this bill back in February, Congressman LaMalfa and Nagoose introduced the standalone version of this bill, the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act. As of last night, when I checked, there's 74 co-sponsors on this bill, so pretty good showing of bipartisan support and something that a lot of members can get behind. And we are looking to get that passed through the House as quickly as possible, but we are currently in the second time frame where this program authorization has lapsed. There has been one time before, and we are in one again, unfortunately. So there was language the last time that this program lapsed in authorization that would have expedited the payments to be 45 days after the passage of the bill. That language is included in the standalone version of the bill that we're working through the House right now. It has passed the Senate and we're awaiting consideration in the House, but it is authorizing this program between fiscal years 24 and 26. So it does include that retroactive reauthorization is what they call it, through 2026. And then we'll be talking about this again, but first we need to pass it through the House. I will note that the House Republican leadership, our Speaker Johnson and Majority Leader Steve Scalise, do have counties that benefit from SRS. So that is a good sign that these members do understand the importance of this program. But again, it is a, regional issue and not a nationwide impact. So there's also that consideration, but we're pushing for it. I know a lot of other members are as well, and we're hoping to get that passed when we get back from August recess. Next, I'm going to go into PILT, so that is payment in lieu of taxes. This is a program that was authorized back in 1976 through the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, or FLPMA, which was a large package of federal lands policy and public policy that's still governing a lot of what we deal with this policy today. This program, differently than Secure Rural Schools, was fully authorized, but the big fight comes from the funding of this program every year, typically through the appropriations process. So I know it's a bit confusing, but we just went through the budget reconciliation process, which has different rules than the appropriations process. You only need 50 senators in the Senate to pass the budget reconciliation. And then for appropriations, we do need that 60 votes. That is a filibuster, a bill that does require us to use the filibuster and pass the filibuster. So you need 60 votes. So with the current makeup of the House and the Senate right now, we are Republican majorities in the House, Senate, and presidency. But we don't have over 60 members in the Senate that are Republican. We only have 53. So this is going to be a bipartisan process. Appropriations is starting in the House. We've passed a couple of them out of the House. We've passed most of them out of House Appropriations subcommittees and the Appropriations full committee. But we are, if I had to guess, looking at an omnibus bill, hopefully by September 30th. But don't hold me to that because I do not know if that's what will happen. There's also obviously a potential for a continuing resolution, but not something that many people are interested in, but it does happen. PILT itself is, the background of the program is obviously we have counties across the country that are, certain percentages of their county jurisdiction is federal land. And unfortunately, those counties cannot tax the federal government for property taxes. That's just for us individuals. So they need to, or they created this program PILT to have the federal government pay in lieu of those property taxes. Great name, makes sense. But last year or 2 years ago, so for fiscal year 2024, this program was funded at around $600 million. And then the last year there was a continuing resolution. So that program was funded at the same levels. There was no change within that CR. That was just the same number. And then the House version of the bill, or the subcommittee appropriations, the Interior Environment Appropriations bill has this bill at, or this funded at $550 million for this fiscal year. But as I mentioned, there is going to be some changes. That's not the final number. This is going to be a bipartisan bill if it's going to pass. So we'll see what the Senate comes up with, and we'll be working, across the aisle to make sure that lots of different numbers are changed and agreed upon. But hopefully this one is one that has some bipartisan support, obviously. But it's, again, also not a nationwide impact issue. So we'll see where we end up with on that. But Congressman Hurd is definitely supportive of, high funding for this PILT program and making sure that our counties that are filled with federal land are taken care of and can offer services, because it's not like nobody goes on those federal lands. We've got hikers and people that get stuck on mountains, and those counties are oftentimes the one that are floating the bill to pick those people up and get them out of there. So definitely important that we have that program. I also want to mention, I think many of you know of this bill or this idea, but the Small County PILT Parity Act. This is not a bill that Congressman Hurd has introduced yet, but he is looking at being the sponsor in the House of this bill. I believe Senator Gardner was looking at this bill or championing this bill as well, but essentially what this bill does is, with the formula of PILT, there's no distinction between counties that are less than 5,000 people in population. So this bill would create lines of delineation at the 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000 population mark, which would help those smaller counties receive more PILT funding because they're not categorized as a 5,000 person county. So Congressman Hurd is taking a good look at this. It's been introduced in the Senate by Senator Daines of Montana and Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada, and it has not been introduced in the House thus far. So we're working with Natural Resources Committee. Not sure if we're going to have the exact same language as the Senate or make any changes, but that's something that we're looking at right now, and know that it would definitely impact some of our smaller counties here on the Western Slope that do have those population numbers around 1,000 people. Next update I want to go into is permitting reform, and I'm not going to bore you all with how permitting with the federal government is slow and can tend to be a difficult process. Obviously, there's a lot of rules and bills that we have in the federal government that were well-intentioned, but unfortunately have either, not kept up with modern times, or have been, the loopholes have been found out in them, and there's been, lawsuits or other things that just make this process extremely arduous. And many people for a long time have been talking about how they want to do permitting reform. I would love for that to be something that gets done in this Congress. I know that people are talking about it, but I don't know if this will be the year that we get that done, but this is something Congressman Hurd is very interested in working on. House Natural Resources Committee is definitely a community of jurisdiction over this that he sits on. And then also Transportation and Infrastructure does have some overlap as well, and he sits on both of those committees. But this would be, you know, I don't know if we'll get some kind of big sweeping package or something a little bit smaller. We did have one on the floor this week that ended up getting pulled because we left early. But that was in regard to Army Corps of Engineer permitting. So I do want to talk about one bill that Congressman Hurd has introduced as a standalone bill, but also was in that Army Corps of Engineers package that was supposed to be voted on the floor this week, but was not. That bill is called the Jurisdictional Determination Backlog Reduction Act. So this is under the Clean Water Act. The Army Corps has jurisdiction to issue a permit as to whether or not a project would either fill or drain a water of the United States or a WOTUS waterway. So the jurisdictional determination would let you know if you or if you need to get a permit that's called a Section 404 permit. So 2 permits to figure out this process. The jurisdictional determination on average takes anywhere around 6 months. And then you figure out if you need to apply for a Section 404 permit or not. And the average timeline on that Section 404 permit can be 6 months to 2 years. So between those two permits, you know, that can definitely really hinder a project's progress. And Congressman Hurd's bill would instruct the Secretary of the Army to move resources and money and personnel over to make sure that the backlog of those jurisdictional determinations and Section 404 permits is dealt with. And that once going forward, once the backlog is dealt with, that there is faster permitting on those two permits going forward. So that bill, along with some other Army Corps of Engineers, because Army Corps of Engineers is under the jurisdiction of Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. There's a big T&I permitting package that they were looking at passing. I think it will probably come back up after August recess, but we're excited to have that Congressman Hurd's bill was included in that package, and looking for additional ways to promote permitting reform bills through the House and introduce others as well. But one thing I did want to mention in the One Big Beautiful Bill, there was a kind of like a pay for play style amendment or change that became, you know, law. But essentially, if you want to expedite an EIS, so an environmental impact study, or an EA, an environmental assessment, you are now allowed to pay, the project sponsor is now allowed to pay 125% of the estimated cost of that study to get an expedited review. And that would get you an EIS in 1 year and an EA in 6 months. So that's a change, and we'll see how that goes. But that was passed through that bill. Yeah, okay. I think one quick thing I want to mention that has recently come up, and I think is an interesting idea and topic that is not on my list of things to talk about, but President Trump, as well as the House and Senate, have kind of been toying around with this idea of having foreign tourists pay increased visitor fees at national parks, and to put all of that money towards the national park deferred maintenance backlog. I just thought I would bring that up. It was under the President Trump's Make America Beautiful Again executive order. There's also House and Senate companion legislation to codify that has been introduced this week. Congressman Hurd is not a sponsor of that bill right now, but I did think that was an interesting idea to hopefully get some more money into the national park budget to deal with some of that maintenance. But also I did want to flag that there is no set number that parks have to increase their visitor fees from, or when they have to do it. It's all very flexible and up to the park to see what they think would work best, and hopefully, you know, not be a detraction towards tourism or anything. But if they think that it would be something that would help them, they would be allowed to do that. So an interesting idea, and that is what I've got for this, and happy to take any questions.
Sorry.
Yes.
Riley, you always do great updates, thank you. And the part that caught my attention was the pay to play stuff. And one of the big red flags that gets brought up, you go down that path is, you end up with big companies winning the game and the little guys who actually need EAs completed to renew permits, things like that, take a back seat. And right now with the backlog with federal agency processing permits, especially on the Forest Service side, BLM is bad enough, but Forest Service is really bad at this point. You end up selecting the big corporations that are putting EAs in rather than the regular kind of business that really needs to serve the small guy on federal agency permits. That's something to really watch out for on pay to play.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a big concern and was something that people have been talking about as this is the potential solution for a while, but it did end up in the one big beautiful bill and was passed. And I do think that's something that President Trump is excited about. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Kelly.
Thanks, and yes, excellent job, thank you. So thinking along that line, and I'm thinking of Wolf Creek Reservoir. So are they already, I mean, they've already, guess they haven't really initiated that, so they're gonna fall into this, right?
I don't know exactly the date, if there's a date when it starts or if it's when the bill was signed.
Okay, yeah, we should check on that.
Yeah, I can look at
So
that.
the other thing I was just gonna note here, I guess I don't, so it's along that line, but I assume that you're staying in close contact with Alan in regards to the Wolf Creek Reservoir and how any of this would impact that, but I just, the backlog issue, and if they have that jurisdiction, because really, we don't see that they have Army Corps has jurisdiction on that reservoir, but they keep playing like they do, and so that's holding us up on it. So if you just help stay in contact with Alan and see what we can do on that.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna that's a good idea. I'll give.
Thanks, Scott.
When you start comparing different, we say in ag, there's a death by 1,000 cuts. But I look at the western slope, we look at these cuts on PILT, SRS, and then we see a whole reorganization of US Forest Service down to having. There's only one region when we're done. Who would we have to appeal to? And if you want to make sure when you take all the US Forest Service regions in the countries, ours doesn't make much money. Exception of having high visitor numbers in, for example, in the White River. But I'm talking about they're going to spend the money. One of the fears in the timber industry is most of the money will go to the Pacific Northwest. It has big, beautiful trees. And so this is these cuts that we're going to keep seeing. The amount of effect that I see in the Western Slope counties is going to be as big on not just ag, and this is huge. These changes.
This is the fine, so keep removing Nancy.
No, I'm just.
You see this, please.
Connecting a dot. And maybe that's some of the stuff that we can do in the foundation. To dig deep enough to document what this is going to do to the state, Western Slope, Colorado.
Thank you also for being here and your updates and the good work you do. I'd just like to put in a word to try to have Congressman Hurd oppose the budget that is proposing another 65% cut in the Forest Service and Public Land Management Agency. You know, we're already seeing really negative impacts on the ground. Local communities really cannot pick up this year after year. And it starts to be a public safety and health danger. You don't have the same people out there watch for campfires that haven't been put out right, clean up trash, welcome the visitors. And that's a major economic benefit to all of Colorado in terms of the sales tax that goes back to the state from the communities that have the higher visitation. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that, as I was mentioning, with this appropriations process being a bipartisan process, just by the numbers, I do think that those cuts that were mentioned in the president's budget will likely not be the final version of the budget. But I think that would definitely also be Congressman Hurd's wish as well.
Probably one more question. Merritt, keep her moving.
Thank you. And again, thank you for being here. So you talked about some EIS reform and some of those things like that, but what about when states, for example, have impacts voted by the people and there are definite impacts on federal lands? How can that process be, or how can the states be held accountable for impacts on federal lands? You know what I'm talking
If I had an easy answer, then, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So, I think that's a good point. Absolutely. And I think there's been, my background being working in California politics, I think has prepared me well to continue working in the state of California. Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Riley. Okay, if you're bringing up, Chad Forrest.
Yeah, so, great.
So our next speaker is Chad Davis, Forest Supervisor on the GMAG. And he's also acting Forest Supervisor on the Medicine Bow route in Thunder Basin as well. So Chad, thanks for joining us on Zoom. We were hoping to see you in person, but glad you could work us in today.
Hey, can you hear me?
And Chad, thank you.
I'm good. So yeah, thanks for inviting me. I wish I could be there. I really enjoy Steamboat and miss it. But as you can imagine, some of the fire activity kind of made it hard for me to get away. So I still wanted to take the opportunity to talk to you though. So I had to switch to Zoom to fit between meetings here. So that's all to say is that I am the GMUG Forest Supervisor, Grand Mesa. However, I am no longer the acting Forest Supervisor on the Medbo route in Thunder Basin. We should have a permanent Forest Supervisor stepping in there on August 11th. So I think it's been announced yet, but we all know who's coming. And so there's going to be someone over the route here shortly. And yeah, so there's a lot of changes going on in the Forest Service. So it's kind of interesting to listen to Riley Scott go first there because there's some nexus with a number of subjects that she already presented the Forest Service is dealing with. The bottom line is that we're still committed to natural resource management and public land management. So there's the mission's going to stay the same. We're just going to go about it in different ways. There's no doubt that there's a large recognition of Club 20 and the local communities and what you represent. So there's still the need to have this. The Forest Service, I got asked about talking about active management strategy. And I think you can see that there's an attempt to take some immediate action. There's this idea of accelerating work, large investments in this national active management strategy, but really it's just a framework that's intended to build, a stronger future by doing more thinning, more production, less wildfire. And so you heard Riley Scott talk about the permitting, and I think that's an example of modernizing processes that we're attempting to undertake. That's not reached us. You guys kind of are asking questions. We haven't been relieved of the filtering systems that we currently have for permitting. There's building capacity. We were able to use categorical exclusions that are not just Forest Service, but also USDA, which I think is exciting for us to be able to streamline and build capacity. Also on streamlining, we are taking really significant look at that, accelerating the NEPA process, and heard some of that from Riley Scott as well. There's no doubt that we'll still continue to deliver our mission to partners and all of this with the same shared goals we've always had of improving the forest and the rangeland while reducing wildfire insects and disease. So there was a memo that was released yesterday, so you can see there's some significant changes in our agency that's starting. Just to start, it's supposed to take a year to implement, but there's going to be some navigation on governance and process and trying to figure out how we function with 9 less regional layer of government. Probably more like how the BLM and NRCS operate with a state director, but that's we're kind of looking at other agencies as to what we can learn from them. And regionally, we're gonna depend a lot more on forest supervisors like myself to be your interface, not the regional office. So that's, and I mean, we asked a lot of questions yesterday when we got almost 0 answers. So you can ask me questions and I'll tell you if I know, but the bottom line is we got a lot to figure out from this direction. There's always talk about the federal firefighting workforce, and I know that we're above the 100% now. We've hired 11,349 firefighters, and this is specifically for GS9 and below. In the region, we're at 759 out of 762. So we have our firefighting resources. It's just a matter of how do we deploy them and how do we support them. And some of that conversation is about people that left through deferred resignation, and they're being asked to come back and fill some of those support functions. So I mean, I don't know what else to share with you on the GMUG side. I am really excited to get a new deputy forest supervisor in. So Chris Ham is coming from the regional office. And maybe that's a good way to say it, is that even though I lost 41 people on the GMUG with deferred retirement, I'm gaining 8 of them this month from the regional office making voluntary lateral moves. So one of them was Chris Ham coming by deputy. As I wrap up here, I just want you to know we're going to still take action, and we're still going to work our conservation mission of natural resources and rangelands. This association that you are here with the Club 20 is super important and integral to our work, and especially in the West Slope, our history together has been really relevant and important for being able to push our objectives. The change ahead is a little unusual from my experience in 30 years in the Forest Service, but I always see opportunity and change. So looking for that opportunity and trying to take advantage of that. So I guess just want to say value your continued collaboration and engagement. Oh, and I'll finish one last thing. I am the designated federal official for SRS, so you can be sure I am definitely watching secure rural schools as well that Riley Scott mentioned as well. So with that, that's just kind of some opening to give me some ideas of what you might want to ask. I love being in the hot seat, so I'll just stop there and see if there's any questions that you want to ask me, and I'll either say I can or can't answer. So.
What questions do we have for Chad? Kelly?
Good morning, Chad. This is Callie Scritchfield, Rio Blanco County. And thank you for joining us. I know you have your hands full, so we understand that you're not here. I just want to say thank you. You may know I have family that's involved in the fire that's there near Gateway and Grand Junction and so forth. That's their permit that's been on fire. Turner Gulch, I think is the name of it. I will tell you, Jamie has just been very, very pleased with the cooperation with the staff and so forth. And so thank you guys for working with the permittees on that, and then how they will move forward, finding some feed from here forward. So thank you. Your staff has been amazing. I believe his name is Justin, I think I've heard her say. So yeah, very, very, very pleased, I would say.
Great.
Found him a horseback helping move cows. That you don't see that these days much anymore. So thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Justin really is good. And when we were looking at the impacts to permittees, having the relationship up front is always the best place. And I think Justin exemplifies that. He has a relationship with his permittees up front. So when something like this does happen, we're not like doing a dance trying to figure out who we each other are. We can actually work together, and I think that's also what you saw and then moving forward now, I know Justin's already talked to the White River about, maybe, a grass bank there. And, I know that's not easy to move cows around, but nonetheless, at least the conversation has started about, okay, how do we replace that feed and how do we work together even across forests in order to make that happen? So it's been pretty darn positive all the way around.
Ed, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Chris Trees, Garfield County. When some of us were in DC a couple months ago, we heard that the Forest Service had done a yeoman's job of hiring back firefighters, the fire card, red card, certified employees, at least for this summer. What we also heard was that there was concern that some of the senior people, the fire bosses, the fire managers, had taken early retirement and didn't see that was concern whether or not you would be able to hire those folks back. Do you have the senior managers for fires back on staff, at least for this summer?
Okay, well, let me try to answer this way. So the senior fire staff were not eligible for deferred resignation retirement. They were not eligible for the VERA that was offered, not until late in the system. So at the very end, for the higher graded levels, and I know personally, that very few that took it, and the few that did, like the fire staff on the Medville route, had signed up with the local fire district in order to come back and work on wildfires as a continuation. They were concerned about whether they were double dipping though, right? Because they're getting paid by the Forest Service. And then if they got paid by the county that they signed up for, then maybe that's illegal. So they ran into some legal issues, but I think we've cleared that up now in terms of those individuals can come back even if they're on the deferred resignation program and work for the Forest Service and get paid by the Forest Service in order to fill those jobs. And so that fire staff that's up on the Medville route that took that last one is now working on the fire as a deputy IC. So that was on the South Rim fire. So those people that I know personally have come back and wanted to come back all along. They weren't ever going to not come back. They were just going to come back in a different capacity. And so that's a prime example of working through the system, trying to do it right. And I think what we saw was fire was exempted initially from this, and then when it finally was offered to them at the end, those people that did end up taking it were very few, and those that did have found a way to come back and work for us in either one capacity or another when the fire bell rings. So that's going out on fires is not a hard thing to convince a firefighter to do. That's actually exactly why we do that job. That's one we came up with the fire rings. And so it was not a hard sell. It's just the idea that we have a loss in firefighting capability is wrong. We actually have our firefighting capability. The way we do it is different though. And I think that the expectations of having the state be a stronger player in the fire organization in the future is really where this conversation is headed. So does that answer your question, or do you want more specifics on a particular piece of that?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, this is Kelly Scritchfield again. I know that we're all really frustrated with all the cuts and we're concerned about how we're gonna get anything done. I want to stay real positive on this because we know we had to have some cuts. We know everybody needs to take some of it. Again, kudos to your staff and what I've seen happening. And I guess the Blanco district may not be in your area, but I've heard our managers say, we're doing it different. We're gonna find a way. We are, trying to help our specialists understand you don't have to get into the weeds every time on all of their analysis. It's just that we need to get analyzed what we need to get analyzed, and then let's move on with it. And they're working with each other, they're covering for each other. I see some positives here. So I just want to say thank you and good job for finding the way. And that when we were in DC, it was really rewarding to me what I heard from the Forest Service staff. It's like, we'll find a way, we'll make it happen. So thank you guys for that. And we know you're stepping up. So thank you for that. All taxpayers should be thanking you.
You're making this really easy. Thank you. And yeah, I think that's actually part of our culture. We've always been really good at adapting and finding our way. We work at the will, so we try to figure out what we can take advantage of with each change. And like I said, there really is some opportunity in maximizing authorities out there. Use of long-term contracts, you can see that in this active management plan that we're actually looking forward to leaning into and trying out a little more. So yeah, that's kind of our culture. We try to find a way.
Merritt, Lincoln, Grant County, and maybe you know this, but we have 3 different national forests within the boundaries of Grant County. So it's a little complicated. But anyway, thank you. And 73% of our land in Grant County is federal land. A big chunk of that is Forest Service. So kind of taking on to what Callie May just said, is that we appreciate what you do. And we want to blame this all on the current administration, but I will say from my own observation that we've not getting things done for years in terms of maintaining campgrounds and logging and keeping roads and all this stuff. So yes, there is concern about cuts, but it's not just happening right now. So we can step up the ability to figure out how to get things done. That would be huge. So thank you. And one question actually, past the lecture, sorry, is that Medbo route, mentioned it a little bit earlier, but who is the contact person? I think you mentioned that you're kind of taking that over, but who is the person that we talk to if we have issues on that for us?
So I can't give away the person that's coming, but Ryan Neal, the supervisor on the Pikes and Isabel, took over from me a couple weeks ago as the acting corps supervisor on the Medbo route until this person can get there. My understanding is that person starts August 11th, so not too far away. But if you have a particular a route issue that you want to take up today, I call Ryan Neal, Pikes and Isabel.
Thank you. Maybe, I'm sorry. Maybe share that contact info for that contact person. I'm not sure if everybody heard that. Maybe send it to Brittany or we can get it shared out to have that question.
I locked down and missed the question. Was there a question?
He just asked if you could share that contact information with us so that we could share it with the group.
Sure, no problem.
All right, I'm sorry, Cindy, go ahead.
Good morning, Chad. Cindy Dozier, Montrose County. Thank you so much for being with us with so much going on. Can you help me understand the impact on maybe just your forest, but maybe all the forests in Colorado of rescinding the federal road list, but keeping the Colorado road list? And is the federal road list not even rescinded in Colorado?
Well, yeah, Cindy will always try to challenge you here. I love it. The national conversation about roadless is going to pass by us because Colorado roadless is a separate effort that will only be engaged in if the governor decides that he wants to engage in that conversation. So as far as we know in the forest in Colorado, we are not in that national conversation about the roadless rule being changed or repealed or whatever. The Colorado roadless rule will stay in place for the foreseeable future and will continue operating as such. How's that?
What's that?
I think that's all the questions we have. Thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Once again, I wish I could have been there. Man, I'd love to go get some Skull Creek downtown, but it certainly was a great opportunity. I didn't want to miss to talk to you all. And please feel free to use me as your point of contact. If I can answer questions, I'm happy to do so. Send me an email, send me a text, and I'll get back to you because I'd like to share good information when I have it. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Give Chad a round of applause. Right, we picked up a couple of minutes there, so.
There you go.
Yeah, that's unusual for our committee. Next up, we have Doug Vilsack, BLM State Director, to give us an update on all things BLM.
Great, thanks, Bonnie. Thanks for having me up here today. I don't know what it is, but somehow the Forest Service always gets to go first, so.
And Doug, you have to eat it.
Chad and our service friends throughout the summer usually get a little warm up until lunch comes up. But for those of you I don't know, Doug Vilsack, State Director with Bureau of Land Management here in Colorado. Similar to Chad, it is busy season. We have a tremendous amount of things going on in the state. Folks are moving around and working to achieve our multiple use mission, I feel like, on many days. So I'll give an overview similar to what Chad did, kind of talk about some of our program areas, where we stand, some pieces from the transition, and then hopefully we'll have plenty of time for questions. I think just kind of a comment on the transition and the work that we're doing right now. I think obviously a lot of changes in terms of priorities, focus areas, but I think from the state office perspective, and as we've worked around the state and chatted with our districts and field managers, we've had a great relationship, I think, with communities, with Club 20, with cattlemen, with county commissioners over the years, through our RACs. And I think a lot of our focus has been trying to maintain that and kind of getting that good information up from communities, and focused in on our priorities around the state. So this is part of that, me getting out here. We've also really focused on trying to tell our story about BLM here in Colorado. And I didn't print out enough of these, but I think just helpful, as we go through this process and talk about what folks are doing on the ground. BLM really is the best deal in federal government as far as I'm concerned. We generate just here in Colorado or across the country about $8.8 billion for the Treasury every year. BLM's budget, depending on how you slice it, and depending on the year, I suppose, is anywhere about 1.4, 1.5 billion. So we are a great deal. We do all the things basically on our plans. One of the big things that has come up, and I think have been a good reminder of just the day-to-day that we need to focus on, is fire, as Chad mentioned. We have spent a lot of time in the last couple of weeks focusing on the fires out near Gateway. And I think for those of you that know that area well, we have made some good progress, particularly on Turner Gulch. I was talking with your family member not too long ago, last week. Bright Draw out there are looking a lot better after the past week. We had a fire come across from Utah, the Deer Creek fire, which is much bigger in Utah, which we slowed down quite a bit. And then the South Valley fire, kind of up high in the Miguel Escalante National Conservation Area. So we're looking a lot better than we were 2 weeks ago. Hot and dry out there now, and are hoping to see some relief later next week. I was talking to our state fire management officer, and he says the forecast keeps saying the monsoons are coming in 2 weeks, and said that 2 weeks ago. So we'll see where we get there, but good to kind of kick the rust off and have, I think, some really good work out around Gateway over the past few weeks, and hopefully we'll stay on top of those in the next few weeks. Big priority for BLM. I think on the forest side, it's always timber. On our side, it is energy, oil and gas. We have really focused in on that over the past few months. Obviously, a lot of executive orders pushed from headquarters focused on energy. We are in a pretty good place in the state. I think as many of you know, we just completed a bunch of resource management plan processes. So we've got fresh RMPs to sit down, which allows us to get our leasing program going again. So we've got The lease sale in September, queued up, quite a few parcels in Rio Blanco County, and then a much larger one in December. With a bunch of parcels up in Moffett, some more in Rio Blanco, I think some in Route, some in Mesa, I believe. And so, you know, we are benefiting from having a lot of those plans done now and being able to forward these fronts. Also, huge push, a lot of tracking from headquarters these days on permitting, particularly APDs. And so we are on top of that and trying to devote a lot of our NEPA resources, a lot of the work that we're doing headquarters level on trying to get EAs out the door and kind of go through the NEPA process for some of those oil and gas developments. So huge focus there. Plenty of other executive orders that focus on BLM. Again, I feel like probably every one of our program areas has seen an executive order or a secretarial order over the past few months. So working on a lot of step down there, but minerals worth mentioning. We don't have quite as much activity as some of the other states do, like Nevada and Arizona, but are kind of watching to see if we see an uptick in interest out on the western slope in mineral exploration and development. Timber, a big focus. I think as Chad mentioned earlier, a lot of the focus for BLM is our heavy timber program up in Washington and Oregon, where we have a huge program. Here in Colorado, we have kind of a lot of projects slated, some out in Eagle County. I know working on some work down in Gunnison County, a lot less the kind of large scale kind of production timber type projects, usually kind of the joint wildfire risk reduction kind of salvage type projects. But we have been seeing a lot of push from headquarters to kind of document and really put forward a plan in the next few years about how we increase production and increase some of that timber work. So big focus there at headquarters these days. What other executive orders? I think that's most of it from the executive order front. Agriculture, as Aaron mentioned before, I think we have grazing leases. I'm not going to get the number exactly right, over 90% of BLM land here in the state. So still a huge focus on ag. Just up here with the cattlemen a few weeks ago, talking about all things under the sun. I think in particular, kind of thinking out of our permit backlog there, thinking about strategies for doing that. Obviously, wolves always on the mind, virtual fencing, and so still continue to maintain a robust grazing program. I think in terms of what's coming next there, we haven't seen, you know, the executive order on ag, those types of things. And I think what we will see is some work on the grazing rule, some of those policies at our headquarters level. We've just started to kick off some of those processes. I think really looking at some of the conversations we were having over the past probably 5 or 6 years related to updating the grazing rule for flexibility, which hopefully will allow us to deal with all sorts of things here in Colorado. So kind of exciting on that front. Recreation, of course, we are kind of top 3 in BLM for recreation visits. We see about 10 million visitors every year. We'll see a bunch of them up here. So we are continuing to push forward, just trying to gather some information around the state about our recreation program and needs of our field offices when it comes to recreation. We have about a little under $4 million budget every year to manage outdoor recreation on our 8.3 million acres. And so I think there's a lot of desire to try to quantify kind of like what other agencies have, what our needs are. You see in other agencies, certainly the Park Service, a little bit the Forest Service, this number that always comes up about, you know, what is our maintenance backlog? What are our needs? We don't have a lot of infrastructure on BLM. We don't have that kind of like maintenance backlog. What we have is, you know, we need new construction, we need new boots on the ground, those types of things, because we've seen so much more increased recreational use over the past 10, 15 years. So really working hard to build that out a little bit more, working in partnerships with the state. We have one of the best models, I think, for state and federal partnership for recreation here in Colorado, down at Arkansas Headwaters, down in Fremont and Chaffee County, where we have essentially recognized that there's a huge volume of recreators on those properties and need some help. And so we're looking at thinking about how we can expand some of those models with the state, get some more kind of state involvement in managing outdoor recreation in some of those heavily utilized areas. So big focus on that. Horses, I was just listening to our staff member Tyrell talk on the radio this morning as I was driving up. We just finished a small bait trap gather up the road here in Sand Wash, trying to really get to a point in our wild horse program where we can get population levels down to appropriate management level and stay there through kind of smaller scale gathers and kind of fertility control efforts that we're working on with USDA. Our goal, and I was just talking to our staff about it last week, because we're getting there, is really to try to get the controversy out of our horse program here in the state, get down to sustainable populations, and really kind of take Colorado off the map. The large scale kind of controversy with our program, that it's quite a distraction, I think, around the West. We are getting there thanks to Callie and I think a bunch of other folks that have engaged with that effort. Sand Wash, we're a little bit out of the AML, but working on it. Big challenges over in Rio Blanco, still with Peanuts East Douglas. We are pushing hard to try to get some new technology over there and think about as well. Lastly, before we open up for questions, I think obviously the organization and budget question comes up quite a bit. We, similar to Chad, have seen some impacts from deferred retirement. We saw about a 10% reduction in our workforce here in the state, between 50 and 60 people, really all across program areas. We had folks take that opportunity to retire or resign, in the oil and gas program, range program, recreation, kind of internal operations and budget staff. And so, we are sitting down and trying to adapt there, and I think we're no stranger to adapting and kind of working with slim budgets. So something that we're fairly used to. In total around the state, we're probably at a 35-36% vacancy rate, based on what our normal table of organization is. So again, some big holes, and we'll see when we get some opportunity to fill some of those gaps. It's very kind of patchy. You lose one person in some of these field offices that don't have a lot of folks. That could be your one range person, right, in that field office. So right now we're working to try to address some of those localized issues and move folks around. Budget wise, I'll probably leave that to Riley and Congress to figure that one out. We obviously pay close attention to the president's budget. I've been watching what the House is up to. That's probably a little above our pay grade at the state level, but very interested to see where it all pans out. With that, maybe we'll turn it over to questions. Can't resist, yeah.
So, Doug, there's so many things we could talk about, but the one thing that I would just encourage you, in the old days, I'll say, it was very good goal for BLM to try to get their horse numbers within appropriate management levels.
Yeah.
I think we're long past that. They were over in Sand Wash and Peons for so many years that it's no longer good enough to be within appropriate management level. We now need to set and work within rangeland condition. And that means we had this discussion the other day, but I just want to emphasize it again. It means that we have to take those horse numbers down, oftentimes to the very lowest levels of AMLs. And so it's not something to be shooting for to be within AML. It's something to be shooting for to now match the rangeland conditions so that we can have several years of healing going on.
Yeah, no, I agree. I will say, we have never gotten to the point where we've actually even been within AML around the state, or at least not for a very long time. So give me a little time to at least achieve goal number one, and then we'll hopefully get there. I mean, I think there is a real possibility, I think, to do like what we did up in Sand Wash, to get to a point where we're pulling 50. We talked about this the other day, but for the benefit of everybody else, where we're pulling 50, 60 horses off through a bait trap. We're getting those horses adopted out very quickly because everybody loves Sand Wash horses. We're getting some help from fertility control darters from USDA to kind of suppress the population further. And maybe, we can get to a point where we really are hanging out at that low AML and range is improving. So in other states, and that's a pretty difficult challenge. You look at Nevada with 30,000 horses out there. That's a whole other ball of wax, but I think here in Colorado, we can actually achieve that. I tell you, it would be great for our staff because the amount of work that goes into those large scale gatherers and the amount of, frankly, abuse that they take sometimes over those things is really challenging for folks. So.
Am I still correct in assuming that, we have permittees taken non-use because of horses?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Chris. See Chris.
Hey, Jack, good to see you again. Thanks, you mentioned the 10% statewide reduction in staffing. Good to hear that it was kind of widespread and somewhat uniform, helped a little bit with the management of a reduction in force. Curious though, with remaining staff, just what's the remaining culture at BLM? What's the attitude? Are you still seeing attrition? Are you able to hire? Are you able to hire where you need it?
We have a few things. We have a hiring freeze right now across the board, federal government. Very little flexibility there. We've had flexibility on fire, public safety, which is essentially been law enforcement. So not a lot of flexibility there. We'll see if that opens up a little bit. I mean, I think the interesting thing about BLM is, as we talked about, we have a lot of the priorities on our plate. So I think sometime in the not too distant future, there will be a realization that we actually need a few more folks and some programs. To be clear, that 10% was, voluntary. That's the deferred resignation program. We have not seen, what a reorganization plan might look like. We have not seen, a potential RIF yet. That's still on the table. Very little information down at our level, what that looks like, or I think even at the first level. So we'll see as that plays out. I think Chad, got a little bit more information on their side, on Forest Service side of where that's going yesterday. We have none of that. So we'll see, where we go next. I think across the interior, it may be different depending on kind of the different agencies.
It's staff feeling fairly comfortable, or are they all waiting for another shoe to drop?
I think staff is concerned, right? I mean, these are their livelihoods. Many of them have been there for many years. I think that type of reorganization conversation is always challenging. I will say, since the kind of deferred resignation effort has gone through, we've seen very few people leave at this point, right? I mean, I think folks that are on board right now are very committed, want to stick around for a long time. Some of these folks spend a long time trying to get these jobs, right? And they don't want to leave them. So I would say this summer, even in the past few weeks, I was talking to somebody yesterday morning in the office. And it was kind of like, well, these last few weeks have seemed relatively normal. Like we're dealing with wildfires, we're out in the field, doing our work on the range. We're approving APDs, like we're trying to get folks out on the ground in the recreation program. So there's been a little bit of a lull the last few weeks, and yeah, it's kind of pleased. Yeah.
One Kelly May. Amy Tucker of Montrose County. The Uncompahgre field office is in our backyard, and what we're dealing with now is a amendment to our resource management plan. The towns of Newfound and Natarita are cooperating agencies with that, and they have asked for a pause on that, and it kind of got, set back from the election and things got paused, and that's now ramping back up again. Yep. One of the things that I just wanted to give kudos to Dan Van Horen is that the towns have asked that those things be paused, the amendments, until proper coordination with our towns are being taken care of. And Dan Van Horen has been very supportive of that process with us, and I just wanted to give him kudos for that. And we look forward to work with him on making sure that the communities have that proper coordination with the BLM, and that we can explore things like, the public-private partnerships with our towns, and that we could really make sure that our communities are at the table. But Dan has been very supportive and very receptive.
Hopefully you got the cooperators there.
Got the cooperators, and then we've also received a letter of agreement from Dan on coordination with the towns. And so we're really excited about starting that process. And I just wanted to give him kudos
Good,
to
good.
that. Thank you.
Yeah, Dan's great. And yeah, that RMP process was slowed down a little bit. We were under some litigation deadlines to actually push it forward. So we do need to push it forward. But you know, there is a different administration, right? So yeah, what the options are on the table. What else?
Good morning, Doug. Thanks for being here. Cindy Dozier, Montrose County. Can you give a little quick synopsis of the acquisition of the Escalon Ranch? And then how is it going to be managed under your current staffing issues and the way that it's been divided up?
Yeah.
I'm real curious on
I
that.
see Robbie on the line here too. She may have some thoughts. So we are moving through the process. For those of you that don't know, there's a kind of large inholding in Dominguez Escalante National Conservation Area, northwest of Delta there, Escalante Creek, and then probably 7 or so miles the Gunnison River there. And so we are moving through, you know, kind of the details of the acquisition process right now, and going through all the due diligence work that our realty team does. So that's the kind of back office work. The front office work that we're gonna kind of kick ahead here very soon is some more of this visioning process about, you know, what do folks want to see on that property? And there's obviously a long-standing connection with that property to the community, long-standing agricultural use. And so, you know, Robbie and Delta County and Mesa County and our team have been talking, you know, really for the last couple of years about how we sit down and really vision out, you know, what's appropriate out there. And there's great opportunities for recreation, but, you know, there's center pivots out there, historic irrigation infrastructure. And so, you know, that's what we're kind of going to work with this fall. I think the plan is in August and early September to do some small group visioning meetings with some of the different stakeholder communities. So a group with the agriculture community, recreation, probably some of the kind of conservation wildlife groups, and then try to do some larger scale convenings in the fall. And you know, I would say I don't have the answer for you in terms of how it's all going to look, because we want to try to replicate some of the conversations that actually helped build that national conservation area in the first place. There was a great stakeholder group that came together and, you know, kind of put together the management plan for that NCA in the first place. You know, Dan Ben Horn is very involved in that. The counties are going to be very, very involved. There are questions about, you know, public safety, you know, people, you know, living on public lands. So a lot of that remains to be seen, I think, but I think that the number one focus is what does the community want to see out there, how to engage, and how we can kind of develop that together. Yeah. Just like Wednesday, Kelly.
No, I've been much quieter today. You noticed he said true. So anyway, thanks again, Doug. You spent some good time over here in Northwest Alabama, so thank you very much.
Coming up with my family, my daughter feels a little better tomorrow to go float on the river. So I'll stay.
Yeah. I guess just thinking about the horse issue, you know, we can't go any further without talking about horses. So, you know, when I was on the National Advisory Board, clear back then, there was the conversation about being sure that we, you know, we really do need to get down to low AML to get forward, but maybe what if we talk about just managing the horses and balancing with the resources kind of thing, instead of AMLs that everybody gets so hung up on. So maybe that's a way that we could start talking about it in Colorado. We want to be different, we want to be the lead, so maybe we can start leading that direction.
Yeah, and we were talking about this the other day. I mean, like, we need to do some more studies, research out in those areas. Like plan health integrity, right? But we don't necessarily have some of that quantitative information about how an outbreak it is and really what the land can sustain. So yeah, I think, you know, part of this conversation about, I mean, I think getting to AML is the first goal. But, you know, you really do need to sit down and see what the landscape can contain, and Anthony Douglas. I think certainly the answer is not your 900 horses that are out there right now. Once we get those horses back down to at least, you know, at least AML, good first step, you know, then I think we can start seeing how that bounces back. And I think, you know, as we were just talking about on Wednesday, you know, how do we keep that range monitoring going there? So see, you know, how that works. And then we can understand how can we help that bounce back? Because the reality is like, it's gonna need some help out there. It just isn't gonna all of a sudden miraculously return to where it was, you know, 30, 40 years ago before there were kind of major overpopulation problems. So, yeah, I think it's a long-term effort, but it is step by step, right? It's like, let's get to a point where we can actually start talking about range conditions that right now, there's nothing we could do out there on the ground to benefit range conditions when there's horses.
So I guess with thinking about that, so I know one area that you do have very good data. And do you have in Sand Wash, and if not, let's get started getting that monitoring going, because that's gonna be critical. I had another thought, but I think it got away from me, so I can say.
You know where to find me.
I do, thank you very much.
Good. Anything else? I will just leave it, you know, we are around, I think folks know our field office up here, and our district offices around the state. Bob Swithers, just up the road here, is our new district manager for Northwest Colorado. He's great. He came up from our Eastern States office and also has some experience with Forest Service. So reach out to Bob. I think a lot of you certainly know your local field managers. Rob Potts is our acting Southwest District Manager. Stephanie Conley retired, Stephanie McCormick more recently. So Rob is down there managing that area. That's most of the Club 20 territory, I think. So yeah, please just stay in touch, reach out if you have any problems, work on it. A lack of things to do.
Thanks for making time to join us, but I'll just say, appreciate the staff participation at the Colorado Wool Growers Convention over in Montrose.
Yeah,
So,
sorry, I couldn't make it over there.
yeah, appreciate Rob being here. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
But before we do get into our resolutions and based on policy, I'm wondering if there's a possibility for Club 20 to do a letter requesting, however we want to put it, removal of the horses in the Piance Basin. So, because we do have policy on that.
You know, actually, I prefer that happens, that discussion happens after we get to resolutions. Thank you. So we're gonna jump into Andrea's favorite part of the committee meeting and try to get through the resolutions that we have. So just a little background, we're looking at 2 resolutions today. A little background on PLNR 008, Endangered Species State Efforts in Recovering. The advisory panel did recommend deleting that policy going into the winter meeting in Grand Junction. 2 people raised concerns that they wanted to make sure that either stayed or that state efforts were recognized. They'll see policy, and that got referred back to committee. Our advisory panel did meet about I think the last week of June, and we looked at that again. And again, the recommendation coming out of that was to delete it with a notation that the concepts are incorporated under PLNR 19-2 guiding principles. Endangered Species Act, there's 2 bullet points in that guiding principle that references state participation. So that was the action that came out of the advisory panel for you all to consider.
And I can also bring that on the screen if we need to, Bonnie, right here.
I'll make a motion that we delete PLNR 00-8.
Second.
Oh, hold on. So Cindy. Second was, I can't turn my neck very well, Jeff. Oh, okay, okay.
Do we have any discussion on that? All those in favor? Do we not have, how are we doing with our people online?
Yeah, we're good. There's no comment.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Great, that'll be deleted and with the incorporation reference in our guiding principles. The next thing that we're gonna look at is a new resolution. The agenda isn't quite accurate. We're actually gonna look at adopting a new wolf management in Colorado resolution. And if we get that adopted, then we'll go ahead and delete PLNR 2001, which is the wolf introduction proposed. So it's really just a process to update that. On wolf management, the ag sportsman groups that really did the petition to the commission back, I guess in December, asking for a pause. We meet weekly on that. There, in addition to myself, Callie, Robbie, Merritt, Michael, Brittany, Ron, and Nancy are on those calls weekly. So we're really invested in this process. And those individuals also have vetted this new resolution on wolf management that in Colorado that updates us. So the process before you is consideration of adopting the new wolf management in Colorado resolution. And if you choose to do that, then the second step would be to delete PLNR 2001, which is proposed wolf introduction.
So moved.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Therefore be it resolved, the second bullet, and I wonder if we just want to say opposes the international importation of wolves. Is Canada forever going to be the only option?
I'm sorry, Cindy, tell me again where you're at.
Second bullet.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how far reaching all of this could go at some point. The only thing is international importation would cover all possibilities, and I just.
Is that?
And there's some states.
They're gonna come from Minnesota to Wisconsin next, so.
Take out the word international and just leave the simple addition at the end. Thanks.
Wolves, we're tying in traffic wolves as a long-term strategy. What is meant by long-term strategy?
For population management.
I guess, I've looked at this, feel it's really well documented in general and expresses all the concern. The trapping, and it's one of the issues that is probably most of the support for people who are opposed to or who support wolf reintroduction. You know, something can be in the trap for days before somebody goes back to check a trap. That actually
Is not correct.
You have to check the daily. If you.
It's stated in the, Colorado, or actually under the regs, under Wildlife Commission on trap checks.
Thank you for that.
But, so where I'm looking at where it references hunting and trapping, of wolves to maintain the population within objectives. Do you need that as stated by the?
I'm not making the case for them. I'm just wondering if there would be greater support for it, if, you know, it's a little more detailed. Thank you.
Our internet's not doing well.
If everybody could take their internet off of their devices for a moment, our internet is not doing well and we do have speakers online coming up.
So Andrea, are you able to go down to the bullet that says, supports, responsible control measures, including hunting and trapping?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, so I think, what we're looking at adding to maintain a population within objectives as stated by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife or CPW Wolf Management Plan.
As stated by Colorado CPW.
Yeah, or just CPW.
Yeah.
You could just, sorry.
Wolf Management Plan.
Yes.
Rachel, does that address your?
I think so.
Okay. I think I had Merritt, I think next, and then Chris.
On element. So I'm going to go on with Merit Lincoln right now. On the whereas, this is the fourth whereas. I think we've covered it, actually. I'm gonna skip to the next one. The next one, it talks about all these significant damage in these counties being, but I think there's actually been more counties. I just think that one maybe needs to be updated. I think there's more livestock been killed since this came out. I don't know how we do that and keep this up to date. There's been more livestock in more counties than this is mentioning.
So I updated that off the CPW website on Friday and gave the update to Andrea. And, you know, that was something that we discussed at the advisory panel meeting, as well as putting the numbers, actual numbers, helps really quantify that because things are so urgent, but they are also outdated very quickly. So perhaps just putting a significant number of livestock.
And then do numerous counties.
Yes. I'm agreeing with you that the quantifiable numbers are important, but I also know that, like you said, it gets outdated really fast. So if we could maybe put those numbers, but really emphasize that this is ever changing. Ongoing.
That's significant. Oh. Yeah.
Do we want it just say livestock? Is that what?
I was thinking animals, because they've killed dogs too, and I don't know what you
Okay.
want to do about llamas, but maybe significant animals.
Oh. Sure. I have a suggestion. Callie Mae just suggested to me that maybe we could word it in the first year alone. We've had this many animals. And we continue to expect this number to grow. Or maybe we could reword it that becomes very quantifiable and specific.
That's, I think that's good.
Just go ahead.
take out all of the edits and then just put that first part. So go do the undo. Yeah,
And then I think, do you want to strike May of 2025?
Yeah. It's-
be introduced.
What's tricky is that the annual report, the official report from CPW comes out in sort of a weird, timely, untimely basis. So we have to quantify it back to when that annual report comes out, I guess. That's, and you could mention then, according to CPW's annual report in the first year alone, this X number of animals of these species were killed. We can also, because it was a big issue at the last CPW meeting about the missing livestock that were confirmed and paid for. So we could include that in there too, because that's a significant impact, not only to the producers, but also to the taxpayers.
I would be fine with leaving, you know, we have the intent and let these guys get that information in their.
Yeah.
I'm good with, sitting down with Andrea and just cleaning that up, if that's acceptable. Chris, I believe you were next in the Nancy.
Thank you, Bonnie. I have two questions, and they really are questions for you, the experts. Under the now therefore be it resolved, the third and fourth bullets. I feel like they're redundant. They're not saying exactly the same thing, but I feel like they are saying the same thing. I just you maybe need an explanation or might suggest. Yeah.
So many of us that were involved in the state management plan really felt that the thresholds in the plan are too high because they were based on the Northern Rockies recovery. And so Colorado basically plugged that scenario into the plan. So the first one I think is referencing that we feel that those thresholds for recovery are too high. And then secondly, it's important to break out the point that we need a cap, because if you read the plan, it says recovery is basically, you know, like 150 wolves over a period of time. And we feel that that's too many wolves on the landscape. So that's the second part of it, is it needs to have a cap as well, is why that's broken out.
Okay, thank you. The other question is what I see as missing, maybe it's already in here or maybe it's missing purpose, is some comment about a either support for removal of depredating wolf packs or opposition to introduction of known depredating wolf packs to Colorado.
So it's in the whereases.
It's in the where, yeah, I think we got it referenced in the whereas, but I think if the now therefore be it resolved is plus 20's position.
Yeah.
Having just read the top of the pack has another bill.
Calendar. Just, I was just gonna comment to Chris's point there, and those exact things are specifically called out in the plan.
Right.
About translocation of known problems from original sources, but also translocating Copper Creek Pack, which is strike 3 in my opinion, to where they're still having problems now. Those are specifically, and I can read that to you. But it's specifically in the plan.
And don't we want it in our positions because of that? Either referencing the plan, simply stating our support for removal or opposition to introduction, something that makes it clear to Club 20 is concerned about this strike.
Sorry, I'm jumping in again, but I think Chris is right, that we maybe should specifically reference those parts of the plan that calls out an exact thing which was in violation. We're always saying we're following the plan, well, we're not. Following all of it, so that can help work with staff when we all can. Because I know those specific parts in that plan that reference that.
It's like you helped develop it or something, Merritt.
So basically, we'll just pull forward where we reference and that we're opposed to the depredating that we'll pull, that we oppose. Bringing in the depredating ones. So we're basically just reinforcing the whole points that we have in the words. For us. Yeah. Just a minute, Nancy's patiently waiting for.
So is that something that we want to also work on specific language for, and the committee is comfortable, sorry. And the committee is comfortable with us putting just this piece in here right now, reinforce support of following the plan? And then as it relates to depredation.
Parts of.
All the parts.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you.
All parts. Like all out that one.
Or depredating.
I don't know that we want to go to all parts of the plan because we just had the discussion that we're on. Here's the cap and the objective. So I think it needs to be specific to importing known depredating wolves. Or relocating.
Okay. So as it relates to importing known depredating.
No.
Oh. Nancy's on, yeah, this.
Oh. That's okay, there's already things down there. And then. Importing, then do / relocate.
Thanks for pointing that out, Chris. That's a good addition. Nancy.
Nancy Fishery. I'm back to the one I was gonna add in on the numbers of kills so far in that first year. I think you did a great job, but I'd like to source there so people know where they look at future years, because that number is very powerful, as we found in the last commission meeting. So what place are they now keeping that current on the CPW site? Just putting a link in them so people can look it up, because it is changing.
Okay.
Do it. So.
And Andrea, on that, so the whereas that we have the red, the edits in, just put in parentheses that we need to have a link to the website, and I can do that too.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Nancy.
And what if we could just do like according to the CPW website? No, you want the link, okay. Well, yeah.
So I've got Jeff, Ellie, and Rachel.
Okay, just a quick technical thing that I wish I'd have noticed when I was doing review comments earlier on. we start off on this new resolution, or therefore be it resolved, saying it was support a pause in the wolf introduction, which is true. But if we're gonna delete the resolution ahead of this, it leaves this void that we're no longer, it's almost like we're supporting this pause, but then we actually like wolf introductions. I think we need to go back first resolution and pull that first sentence out that says we adamantly oppose the introduction of wolves in Colorado, and then move on to the, basically, but since we lost the pollination that's happened, I don't think we should somehow give the impression that we're supporting this existing process. We're participating in it because we're doing it. I think that adamantly opposed still needs to be in the new resolution, as just to remind everybody that this is not something supporting as time goes on. We need to not lose that position originally opposed to it. Not a whereas, and therefore be it resolved.
Yeah, that's a now therefore be it resolved.
And I would say we continue to oppose.
Continue.
And
No.
Yeah. As long as that, you got that.
Or continues to,
Okay,
continues to, okay, up here. Continues to. And then make that. Singular. Yeah, that's a good point.
Kelly?
I'm gonna have to find where we.
And we're getting close to getting into water committee time, so we.
Hard cutting into the water.
I can't find it, so go ahead with Rachel.
Just back on that bit, whereas,
Use your mic, please.
on the fifth whereas, the very last sentence, with more livestock missing and dead from, should be possible or probable, but not probably.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, that's actually my head injury kicking in. I do that frequently in the documents.
Yeah, but it.
Okay,
Quite great.
Okay,
Okay.
real quickly, so back, the original one that Rachel had brought up and we were, the
Continue
tracking and shooting
right there.
Right here.
Okay, that's still not quite it. I don't have it written down. Okay, anyway, it was about, we're following the plan or follow the plan based on, or.
Yeah, as stated by.
Focusing on. Not only the bringing in wolves that are not, that are known predators.
Diversity.
And then not moving them from one location to the other. And don't we also want to add that we, and that we lethally remove depredating wolves? Don't we want the three of those things in there? Yeah, importing and relocating. And do we want,
And the
lethal removal of depredating wolves? Do we need that in there? Is it covered?
And again, we're working on this language later, so don't focus on the language.
I mean, it's included in the plan, and I think, aren't we all already saying to follow the plan?
But we said we wanted this one to be specific to things, so it's up to you guys, but as long as we have something in there, Merritt made the case. Maybe we should say lethal, maybe we should say permanently remove, oh yeah, as they try. Permanently remove.
If we're putting it in, we need to say lethal. That's what we mean lethal, so.
Okay, I'm done, just gonna do it. We get out. Chris is what.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the last call on discussion. I think this is pretty thorough and gives enough guidance.
Yes.
Great, so,
Establish one people.
somebody want to call for the question? I think Cindy, thank you. All those in favor of adopting? Opposed?
Abstain.
All right, this passes. Thanks everybody for their effort and input on this. And then the last, step we need to do is, go ahead and delete.
What? We should get that one. So moved.
Thank you. PLNR 2001, which was Wolf introduction proposed. Cindy made the motion to delete that.
Second.
Any discussion?
That was Thank you. She knows.
All those in favor, deletion?
Aye.
Opposed? Great, thank you. Motion carries. Chris, I'm gonna get out of your chair.
So where does it take for us to write that letter of appeal? Is that not necessarily?
Can we use the microphone, please? Microphone.
Real quickly, what does it take for us for BL or for Club 20 to write a letter to BLM regarding horses? Doesn't have to go through committee. Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome to the water committee. Bonnie, you don't need to move. I'm gonna operate from here.
Yeah.
Welcome all of you. If you need a break, to between committee meetings, please do so quietly, and individually. Pace your, spread yourselves out, so I don't end up talking to an empty room. But we will march right through. You've got the agenda in front of you. There is a change from what you have in front of you. Senator Dylan Roberts could not join us, though he had planned on being here and committed to it, but he has worked with me, and we have Senator Mark Catlin to stand in his place. Senator Catlin is well known to this next year. Do we have his presentation? Actually, we have Dylan Roberts' presentation that Senator Kaplan will present. Is it downloaded? I'm looking at
Yes,
staff.
we're just grabbing, making sure that he can see it on his side right now.
Okay, good. Senator Kaplan, are you on? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and
All
clear.
right, good. That's what I wanted to know. Well, hello, everybody. I wasn't expecting to be at Club 20, but it's always good to be here. It's my people. I'm proud of Club 20 and what you're doing. I heard some of the conversation about wolves. Keep it up. We'll need all the help we can get. So, I heard some of that discussion. Thank you so much for supporting our ranchers and livestock producers on the Western Slope. They're having a tough time. I want you to know that. But today we're going to talk about water. So let me see. Would you put up the first slide?
Are you not
I
seeing
see
it on your
you.
side?
Yep. So let's go to
Next
what we're going to talk about.
Oh, next slide. Next
Yeah,
slide.
next slide.
Got it.
All right. Well, what I thought I'd do is just give you a quick overview of what happened over in the Golden Dome this last winter. There were 650 bills introduced, nearly 500 passed. There were 11 that were vetoed, which is more than we've had vetoed in the recent past. 87% of the bills passed with bipartisan support, which I think you should take some encouragement from that. Maybe we're seeing a little renewal of some bipartisan actions here in the state of Colorado, and I really hope that there will be. The cost of living, housing, big deals on the Western Slope, balancing the state budget, which I'm sure you've read enough of. We started out at $1.2 billion in the hole, but we did, because the Constitution of Colorado says you have to balance the budget we did balance the budget by sweeping some cash accounts, one-time funds, those kind of things. This coming year will probably be much tougher. And, we're trying to respond to federal actions. We've made sure that we funded education to the level that it was supposed to be. We dealt with climate, environment, and water issues. So let's go to the next screen, please. I'm going to go over some of the bills that we ran. This one, water supply measurement and forecasting, it creates a statewide measurement program under CWCB for our snow. It'll help improve water forecasting using LIDAR and satellite tech alongside SNOTEL. LIDAR really has some potential for us in the state of Colorado, believe me. We're talking about flood mitigation, dam safety, and long-term water planning. It's hard to know how to plan if you don't have an idea what's up above you. It helps with our flexibility and technology to keep adapting to methods as they continue to evolve. And as you all know, they're evolving quick. So it was well backed. I want you to know that Speaker McCluskey, Representative Soper, and Senator Roberts and I were able to sponsor that one, and it passed, I think probably, I can't remember for sure, but very close to unanimous. So the next slide, please. This is something that we've been concerned about in the Capitol building since I've gotten there, and that's the future of severance tax and the water funding. So we passed a bill to do something about creating a task force that creates to study the future of severance tax revenue, because as you know, it's going down, and we need something to make sure that we solidify our water project funding. It's going to be tasked with developing recommendations for long-term stable water funding. A contractor is in the process of being hired, should have been hired by the 15th of July. And members will include DNR, CWCB, Ag Department, local officials, environmental, and industry representatives. And it was well supported by Farm Bureau, Colorado Municipal League, CCAT, and the Nature Conservancy. We should have a report back by the 15th of January in 2026, with a final report a year from now. So hopefully we're going to start finding ways that we can solidify our severance taxes and continue to fund these water projects. Next slide, please. This is a bill that we pass every year, and that's funding our Water Conservation Board projects. Senator Roberts and Senator Simpson, along with Representative McCormick and Representative Soper. You're going to see these names over and over because these are the folks that, really involve themselves with water, and you can depend upon them to be anxious and willing to run these kind of bills. This bill was funded this year at 69 million in the statewide water projects. And the key to that is no general fund was spent. It's funded by cash funds from the project loan interest that the CWCB makes. Some of the investments that we made are $6 million on the Republican River irrigation retirement, which, doesn't talk to us a lot on the western slope, but they have a serious problem in the Republican River drainage with their compacts with Kansas and Nebraska. So what we're doing is we're buying back some of the water wells that they're using over there that are impacting the Ogallala. There's $29 million we put into water plan grants. We're studying wildfire-ready watersheds at $5 million. The Yampa River restoration right there close to where you folks are got $2 million out of that, and there's $1.4 million for turf analysis, the use of turf all over the state of Colorado, and what, some of these places that never have anybody touch it other than the lawnmower. So it seems like, we're pouring a lot of water on the ground, not getting a lot of return for it. So I think Colorado is shifting to priorities of, some of those kind of things, some of those areas can be natives and water tolerant, drought tolerant. I think we're going to make some progress in regards to that. So the next slide, please. This is just a quick list for you to have in regards to the water legislation that was passed in 2025. Increasing efficiency in the Division of Water Resources, sponsored by Robertson Simpson again, and Representative Johnson and Representative Lukens. It's streamlining the processes of DWR to better serve the needs, including the permitting and approving of water conservation and well drilling processes. I think you're going to see a big change in how permits, how quickly they come out. That's something we're needing all over the state. We did the program to measure and compile water supply and snowpack levels. That's going to be a big thing for agriculture and for municipalities. It's getting harder and harder to plan for how much water we think we're gonna have. So better information from those kind of projects, I think you'll see a better use of water and a better understanding of timing as to what will come off the earliest and where it will come off, which allows agriculture to start making some changes as to when they might start their diversions. And probably one of the bigger things that happened was the deductions for net sports betting proceeds. It's a long title, but Senator Roberts and House Speaker McCluskey and then again Soper sponsored this, which took away a deduction that the casinos were taking to promote free gambling. And it should put another $12 million back into our water projects. And as you all know, that we can use those extra funds. And the casinos, if they weren't happy about it, they didn't say much about it. So I think that's a win for us in the water industry and in the water world. Next slide, please. People are always wondering what we're going to do next. And funding the water plan will continue to be the priority of those of us in the water Congress. I'm slipping back to my old days, water Congress. I'm saying the water caucus, which most of us are Western Slope people. So it's about what we're talking about. And we're going to continue to deal with the ongoing Colorado River negotiations downstream, the big river issues. The state of Colorado has to be very strong in at those tables of negotiation. And I think we're making some progress. Funding alternatives for severance tax is going to be part of what they're talking about in regards to the task force. More conservation and water use is probably the best answer that we've got in the short run. When I ran the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users, water conservation was one of the things that we focused on, and they continue to be. In other words, putting ditches in pipe, impervious linears of canals and laterals, and those kind of things are starting to pay dividends. I think you see that in pollution levels in the Gunnison as it leaves the Uncompahgre Valley, and the Colorado River as it leaves. Because when we save water, we save some of those pollutants from getting into the water column, which is good for the state of Colorado, and it's good for the producers, but it's also good for our neighbors downstream. They don't keep looking at us with an attitude that we're hurting them. We continue, as you all know, you continue to do this as we monitor past legislation to see whether or not it needs to be worked on. And, dredge and fill will be one of those bills that we continue to watch as it gets implemented and it starts to be part of the landscape. So everybody's vigilant on water. And I appreciate Club 20 doing that for us too. So I think that pretty well takes care of what I wanted to talk about. I probably hurried too much. If you're taking notes, you probably had the right shorthand. But if you've got a question or so, I might be able to answer some of them. I'm a substitute today, so I'm trying to just figure what I can do out here and field the hot grounders. So whatever you'd like to talk about, I'm willing. And if not, I can help you get back on schedule.
Senator Callan, thank you very much. Yes, you were standing. I also want to commend the hat you're wearing. Also worth noting that Senator Catlin is also the president of the Colorado River Water Conservation District Board of Directors this year and likely next. I have a question for you, Senator. You mentioned a couple times the severance task force, maybe a two-part question. One, is there any update? And two, a clarification for me. Is that a future of severance tax as it relates to water project and program funding, or water and Department of Local Affairs? So 50-50 split, is it looking at both of them or just trying to look at alternative replacement for water?
Well, I think before it's all done, these folks are going to end up looking at severance tax as a whole, because without it, DOLA is in deep trouble too. So, you know, we will look at it with a jaundiced eye towards water, but before that conversation is over, I'm sure we're going to be talking about all of severance tax in regards to the state.
And do you have an update? Have they made appointments to that task force or had even an initial meeting?
You know, I can't answer that question, and you know, that's the worst answer I can give people is I don't know. But I've been I've been preoccupied with some of our four-legged neighbors, and I haven't been up to speed on that, and I haven't talked to Dylan Roberts either, so I'm not sure where we're at on that.
Understandable, that's quite right. Nancy Fishery.
Fishery. And concerning severance tax, funding the water plan, one of the big gaps we found in the drought task force is there's not really good money that are earmarked just for aging infrastructure. Considering how many of our irrigation, you know this, I don't have to tell you how old they are, but the water plan has to have an environmental nexus. And believe it or not, they don't think the Uncompahgre Valley is an environmental nexus. So aging infrastructure was a main priority from the drought task force. We're finding there's no funding through the roundtables. The WSR, that's correct, relied on severance tax money. So making sure that they keep an eye on aging infrastructure funding is key. Thank you.
I heard part of that, not all of it. I do understand Uncompahgre Valley's issues. I think one of the problems with those, I think the state of Colorado needs to help with grant money to help get grant money for those kind of projects, because I don't think the state's ever going to be able to fund the full projects of updating our aging infrastructure. So I think together, those two projects or programs, the feds and the state, can make some inroads into that. I agree that aging infrastructure is one of the big ones that we've got to talk about in the state of Colorado. But one of the things you got to keep in mind is there's a lot of people over here in Denver that they don't even know what irrigation is, let alone what aging infrastructure is. So possibly we can help educate them through this, through the study process on that fund, severance tax fund. Hope that answers your question, Nancy.
She says yes, thank you, and a good answer. Rachel Richards.
Thank you. Senator Catlin, we really appreciated a number of the bills that you sponsored this session, certainly along water, but also around other community concerns, and we're happy to support your efforts in those. And I know there's no easy answer to this question. we're being told that the state may face a $3 billion budget shortfall next year. And that's separate from any effort to backfill any of the federal cutbacks. You talked about the cash reserves that were used this year for the Water Conservation Board projects. Will there be any cash reserves left for that for next year? Or, you know, we were told by DOLA at least that almost all cash reserves were swept to actually balance this year's budget. And again, I know there's no easy answers, but just kind of what are we gonna be looking at? Or you be looking at for how to balance the budget next year?
Well, you kind of asked the $64,000 question. I had not heard the estimate that you quoted of 3 billion. I've heard up to 1 billion, maybe 1.2 again. Those sweeping those cash funds was a one-time deal, so I'm sure that there will be more pain passed out because of trying to balance the budget. I think that's where you and I are going to have a lot of conversations in regards to what we say to the Joint Budget Committee. I've had conversations with them, and they're waiting on the next estimates. I don't think anybody knows what the budget's going to look like yet. The big bill and all of those kind of things has got a lot of people worried in regards to Medicaid and some of the healthcare issues. It will probably end up being what's the state's priorities, and health and safety is going to be a big one. It always has been. So to answer you directly, I don't think I can answer that yet, but we need to have a lot more conversations with each other.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. A final question for Senator Kaplan? If not, thank you, Senator. We really appreciate it. You have a lot of challenges before you. We appreciate your service.
Well, thank you to Club 20. What you do is important. Don't let anybody push you off your points, because you're the ones that are making them for the Western Slope. So we thank you for that. So I'll be talking to you all sooner or later. Thanks.
We look forward to it.
You bet. Good day.
I want to, as we've had a couple committees that have had to start with a speaker because when they were available. But I do want to get back to introductions, and I especially want to get to introductions so that people online feel that they're a part of this. And I want to remind people online that they are a part of this, and that if they have questions, they should type to you or raise your hand. Okay. All right. And Andrea will let me know if you have a question. So let me start. Andrea, will you tell us who is online, and then we will go around the room.
Okay. We have Doug Monger, Jen Gigarelli, Jonathan Hauk, Kathy Welts, Michael Murphy, Robbie LaValle, Ryan Spencer, and Tom Harnan.
Thank you. I'm Chris Trees, chair of the Water Committee, board member from Garfield County.
Cindy Dozier, Montrose County. I sit on the executive committee.
Nancy Fishery, Montrose County, member of the Water Committee, co-chair of that. Non-exec.
Bonnie Eddy, Delta County, former PL&R.
And Megan All, Moffett County. Jeff Comstock, board of directors.
Allie Scritchfield, Rio Blanco County, and PL&R.
Merritt Leakey, Grand County Commissioner, and some other stuff.
Brad McLeod, committee past chair, executive board, fan of Merritt Lynch. And other stuff. Kelly.
Director of Tourism, Moffat County, co-chair of the Tourism and Outdoor Recreation.
Randy Looper, City of Craig. John Fishering from Montrose County.
Amy Tooker, Montrose County, BLNR committee. Karen Spore, Cara Cattlemen's Association.
That's great.
Robert Sakata, Colorado Department of Ag, Egg Water Policy Advisor.
Matt Schuler, Redheaded Stepchild, Jackson County.
Ed Morris, Garfield County.
Riley Scott, Congressman Hurd's office. Shauna Grieger, WCCA, Mesa County. Kathy Fackler, Durango, La Plata County, she said. Amy Moyer, Colorado River District.
Steve Erkenbreg, Mesa County.
Rachel Richards, Aspen, Pittman County.
Plata County.
Barry Keller, VKLJ Engineering, Mesa County Water Committee.
Reese Melton, Rio Blanco County, and the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts.
All right, thank you all. The only fail there was I was hoping that we would get that microphone away from
Brad.
one person. All right.
Just trying to make things interesting.
Amy Moyer, come on up. Amy is a good friend and a staff member. I'm gonna let you, everybody's changed their titles from my time at the River District, so I'm gonna let Chief of Strategy, it's up there on the board. Amy Moyer, thank you for joining us to give us some insights into a couple different things that are very important and going on. One is the Shoshone Permanency Project, the purchase of the Shoshone water rights and their dedication to in-stream flow rights, and the Colorado future of Colorado River operations, the interstate negotiations. Amy, take it away.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me. Again, Amy Moyer, I am the Chief of Strategy at the Colorado River District. So yes, I have two big topics to cover. I'll try and move quickly so you can stay on your agenda. Just real quickly, I think hopefully you all know who the River District is. We were formed in 1937 by Colorado's General Assembly. Our core of our mission is to be an advocate for West Slope water, to be a watchdog for West Slope water. We were formed at the rise of the Colorado Big Thompson Project, beginning to form and take water out of the Colorado River Basin. Our mission has been incredibly important since the inception of the district in 1937. So we represent 15 counties on Colorado's western slope. And just to start, I'm going to start by touching on Colorado River negotiations and updates. Here's where we are situated in the broader Colorado River Basin. So you can see the Colorado River District boundaries highlighted in blue. The reason we are so important in the big river conversations, the Colorado River conversations, is, the Colorado River by no means is the largest river in the United States, often referred to as the hardest working river in the United States. Serves 40 million people, over 5 million acres of irrigated agriculture. 65% of the natural flow of this river originates within the Colorado River District boundaries. That increases to nearly 70 to 75% when you include the southwest portion of Colorado within the Southwestern Water Conservation District. And so we absolutely have a role in these conversations of how the Colorado River is managed. Colorado's western slope is really the first link in this immense chain of users that rely on the Colorado River. So I promise I have minimal graphs, 2 slides of graphs. This graph is really meant to tell a story. This is the combined volumes of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. So you'll see the natural variability that occurs within our water supplies. You'll see these rivers at their height and some of their peaks, or these reservoirs at their peaks in the late 80s. And then what we want to see is, beginning in the early 2000s, you really start to see these reservoirs drop. And so you can see The 2007 interim guidelines were created after a pretty steep drop in these reservoir levels. The states have then been pulled together again after a couple interim measures. So we had the drought contingency plan. The bottom line of these stories is that all of these operating guidelines, all of these patchworks have really not kept pace with the severe declines in hydrology that we've seen on the river and that weren't anticipated in the development of how Lakes Mead and Lake Powell are operated. So you can see a precipitous drop in Lake Powell running dangerously low levels that may affect critical infrastructure. And so you have seen many of the news articles talking about the 7 basin states being together to negotiate agreements as to how these rivers are going to be operated. The 2007 interim guidelines expire at the end of 2025. There was a supplemental environmental EIS statement put forward that also created some patchwork fixes to get us through the immediate crisis that also expire in December of 2025. So I'm going to walk through quickly just where these conversations have been, knowing that I personally am not in the room during these, but I can give you a sense of what's being talked about right now. This is my last graph. But what I want to point out is this graph is showing the projected inflows into Lake Powell. And so the projected inflow is just under 5 million acre feet. The projected releases are 7.48 million acre feet. So the bottom line here is Lake Powell is going to drop. We are continuing to put ourselves in crisis mode with the current operating guidelines. And so the Upper Basin has known for a long time that these guidelines are not serving us. These reservoirs continue to be in crisis mode. And so there's a couple notable features on where these projections are falling, especially when you look at the minimum probable, the red line of some pretty dire circumstances that we could be in with these reservoirs. So the first is dropping to an elevation of below 3525, which sets in motion what's called DROA, Drought Response Operation Agreements. That was part of the drought contingency plan, where we're going to start looking at whether releases from the upper crisp units are warranted. So this happened in 2021. Those releases would come from Aspinall, Navajo, and Flaming Gorge. Those discussions are just starting. There haven't been any determinations, or the reservoir isn't at levels where those releases are imminent, but it's a conversation that's being set in motion to watch carefully where the elevation of Lake Powell sits. So want to put that on everyone's radar, that those what we call DROA conversations are beginning. The second is just going below, let's see, minimum power pool. And so again, you can see the red line, the dire circumstances of we could be stressing critical infrastructure. I do want to point out that this is after October of 2026. So we do expect different operating protocols to be on the river at this time. But again, it's important to point out that these forecasts, especially when you look at the worst case scenario, are pretty dire. The final elevation to point out is this 3525 with the supplemental EIS that was put in place by the Bureau of Reclamation to get through momentary crisis. They do have the opportunity to reduce the releases from Lake Powell to 6 million acre feet. So we're watching all these elevations that set in motion a lot of actions on the river. And so with the post-2026 operating guidelines negotiations, this is going to take us back a year before we get to where things are now. Both the upper division states, Utah, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Colorado submitted a proposal. California, Nevada, and Arizona, the lower basin states, submitted a proposal. There were initially a few puzzle pieces here where there are moments of agreement. The first, and one that the upper basin has pushed for a long time, is we have to make decisions based on actual hydrology. We can no longer operate these reservoirs based on demands. We have to base it on supplies, what the river provides. The second was we have to look at protecting that critical infrastructure of those reservoirs, making sure that they can be at elevations that support the releases needed.
And the third puzzle piece is lower basin reduction. So the lower basin initially said that we are willing to take cuts of 1.5 million acre feet first. That is something the upper basin has been pushing for a long time because it really just starts to get the lower basin closer to a baseline. That accounts for evaporation and transit losses that, based on basic science, we know has been occurring in the lower basin, but is not been factored into their views. So those were the initial building blocks. I think that sets up some of the areas of disagreement in these negotiations of the lower basin pushing for mandatory upper basin reductions. So in their initial proposal, it said, we'll take the first 1.5 million acre feet of cuts, then we're gonna go to a 1-for-1 system. That doesn't work for the upper basin for a couple reasons. It doesn't acknowledge the natural shortages that we take every year. We don't have those big reservoirs above our systems. So the upper basin and our negotiators have really been pushing, you have to acknowledge the way the upper basin has had to operate with the swings of what this river provides. It doesn't fully address the lower basin overuse. And we don't have a mechanism in Colorado water law to account for those mandatory reductions unless we were in compact violation areas. So we don't have the authority within our Colorado water law to mandatorily reduce and cut off our water users. There's a couple other areas of differences. The lower basin proposal includes those upstream reservoirs in their release calculations. They have a higher tolerance for risk in their proposal. And one piece I'm going to touch on at the end of this is the role of conserved consumptive use in these conversations. But I'm going to move quickly because I want to get to where conversations have been currently. So the 7 basin states have been talking about a natural flow based concept. It's also been called the supply driven model. You may have seen some recent articles pointing at this. It's also been referred to as a divorce or conscious uncoupling of the upper basin and the lower basin. The reason for conscious uncoupling is if we're going to set aside and say, upper basin, you manage your water use just like we always have been. We've lived within what the river provides. Lower basin, you're going to get essentially your own budget. You're going to have to figure out how to live within what this river provides. And so the concept here is that you would split the natural flow of the river based on a rolling average of 3 to 5 years of conditions. And so you need to figure out what's that percentage of X% to the lower basin, X% to the upper basin. We manage our supplies as we do. And these releases from Lake Powell will be constrained by both an upper and lower bound. So in a sense, I would say it's still pretty complex, but trying to simplify this issue a bit. And again, what the upper basin has been pushing has always been, we've got to figure out a supply-driven model. There's a number of considerations that you have to figure out with this still of what are those natural flow calculations? What are the number of preceding years that you look at? My understanding is there is a certain level of agreement of looking at the 3 years prior. And you have to look at that measure of what is the consumptive use of the upper basin to get to that full natural flow number. The percentage, of course, is going to be really important of what is that percentage split between the upper and lower basins. We have to be in a circumstance where it's better than our current operating guidelines. As we saw from the graph, we cannot continue to be in crisis mode. Whatever is decided between the 7 basin states has to perform better than what we have now. And so it's important to note that the starting point for these negotiations, those reservoirs are dangerously low. We don't have a lot of wiggle room to get this wrong, especially within the upper basin. We also have to figure out those upper and lower bounds. What this doesn't consider is lower basin tributary use. So this isn't a whole system approach. It's important to acknowledge that. Even on the simple schematic, you can see the importance of those lower basin tributaries. That's an ongoing discussion point, and this also doesn't provide any determination of Colorado River compact issues. This isn't renegotiating the compact. This isn't putting fully to bed any compact allocation issues. So moving forward, the Bureau of Reclamation has set some deadlines for the 7 states as part of these conversations. So the first is November 11th coming up. They have asked for really a soft deadline of
Do you have an agreement on the table? Is there a basis of consensus across the 7 states? December 2025 is when the Bureau of Reclamation anticipates releasing their draft environmental impact statement. They have also set the deadline of February 14th, Valentine's Day. We need the final details of the 7 states agreement so that it can be incorporated into a final EIS in April of 2026. And so that these new operating guidelines can be put into effect in the next water year. Before I move on to Shoshone, I want to touch on conserved consumptive use. You know, that has been part of the dialogue of, do we have conservation pools? What tools does the Upper Basin have? This is something that the Colorado River District has been paying really close attention to. If we operate any conserved consumptive use program on an ongoing basis into the future. So we've seen a couple recent rounds of the system conservation pilot program. This is the data that I'm about to show of the Colorado River is very much a river of statewide importance. It's used across all 4 corners of our state. As the system conservation pilot program was operated, this is a map of where those locations occurred. Every single one is on Colorado's western slope. And so an issue that the Colorado River District is looking at is we have to have participation across all of the water users that rely on this river. We cannot have conservation be borne unproportionally on any one single river basin. And so as conversations move forward, I think you can expect that we're going to be really paying attention to this. Conservation may be a really important tool going forward. We acknowledge that, but we have to look at doing this really intelligently so that we don't reach tipping points in any of our communities that rely on this river, that rely on effective agriculture for our economies, livelihoods of our communities, that we don't operate these programs in a way that provides irreversible consequences. So I just want to flag that for this group of something we are paying close attention to. So Chris, help keep me on track for time.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good.
I'm going to transition to the Shoshone water rights preservation effort. I put this second because as we think about what's happening on the Colorado River, it really impacts why this project is so important and why it matters. And so the Shoshone water rights are 2 of our largest, most senior non-consumptive water rights on the Colorado River. They are associated with the Shoshone hydroelectric power plant that is currently owned and operated by Public Service Company of Colorado. It's a subsidiary of Xcel Energy. If you have any questions on the plant, I'm going to pinch hit to Brad over there. But really, the way these water rights work is that water is diverted. Shoshone hydroelectric power plant sits right in the middle of Glenwood Canyon. The water is diverted right near the Hanging Lake Tunnel. It then travels about 2.5 miles through a tunnel, drops through the turbines, spins to create energy, and that water is released back to the Colorado River. And the importance of these water rights is far beyond their ability to produce power. By being some of the most senior foundational water rights on the Colorado River, they have created a historical flow regime that is absolutely essential to our habitat, recreational economies, our agricultural economies, the economic benefits that this river provides, and really the health of the river as a whole. And so these water rights are foundational to water management across the state. You can see right here, the Shoshone power plant is really right at the midpoint of the headwaters of the Colorado River as they start in Rocky Mountain National Park to the state line. And so these water rights really command a flow of the river by being senior to those big drivers in the system of our Trans Mountain diversion projects, large reservoirs at the headwaters. By being senior to those projects, it commands that flow to the power plant and then is available for uses downstream. These water rights also operate on a year-round basis. And so another controlling water right, as you may know, is the cameo call. It operates for an agricultural basis, so typically within the irrigation season of April through November. So these water rights are especially important in the winter during the tail season of the irrigation season.
And the Colorado River District has been working for decades to provide a permanent protection of these waterways. And so it's important to know what this project is and isn't. And so the goal of this project is to protect that historical flow regime. The goal for us is to develop a solution that mimics the historical use of those waterways as we've known for over a century. So the Shoshone Power Plant started operating in 1909. So these waterways have been operating and foundational to the Colorado River for the last 120 years. What this project cannot do and will not do is enlarge the Shoshone waterways. So due to the bounds and constraints of water court that I will get into in a second of what steps we have to take to move forward with this, there is a standard, no expansion, no enlargement of these waterways. We can't injure those upstream of the power plant, and we also can't injure those downstream that are reliant on those historical return flows. So it's really important that we get this historical flow regime right. So the River District signed a purchase and sale agreement with Xcel Energy in December of 2023 for a purchase price of $99 million. We have 4 closing conditions to reach the closing table. The first is that we have to negotiate an in-stream flow agreement with the state of Colorado. The state of Colorado is the only entity that can exercise an in-stream flow water rate, which is the most appropriate mechanism to mimic how these water rates are used for hydropower purposes, should that power plant go offline permanently or as it may go offline temporarily. So we're adding an additional mechanism to keep these water rates, to allow these water rates to continue to be exercised and keep that water in the stream. We have to complete the fundraising for the $99 million. We also have to go to water court to have a successful change of use right to add that additional beneficial use of in-stream flow. The transaction also has to be approved by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, and the goal is to complete all of those steps. Right now, the current deadline is December 31st, 2027. So I'm going to touch on where we are with funding. This has been a bright spot and really hits home why this project is so important and the groundswell of support that we've had from Colorado's Western Slope. These are just the entities that have contributed financially. That's across 33 different entities that have pooled together $17.2 million in local and regional funding. All of those financial commitments have occurred unanimously across each town, board, council. We also have regional partners like Colorado Mesa University, Grand Valley Power, that have stepped up to provide financial contributions simply because they know how important this is to their communities that they serve. We have 6 main stem counties that have provided funding. The Colorado River District, at the time we signed the purchase and sale agreement, set aside $20 million of our funds for this transaction. The state of Colorado unanimously through the Colorado Water Conservation Board and then through Colorado's General Assembly also appropriated $20 million for this project last legislative session. And then we have $40 million pending with the Bureau of Reclamation. So that was awarded early January. That funding is still under review by this current administration, but we have had many encouraging conversations with leadership of this administration. We have the support from our full congressional delegation. Representative Hurd, Representative McGoose have also been really strong champions for this project, along with Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper. So we are hopeful that that funding moves forward. We have most recently county commissioner letter from 6 of our Western Slope counties that have urged the administration to move forward with that investment. So we are appreciative of the support from our coalition. But it's not just our funding partners. This project is really bringing a diverse and broad-based coalition together. So we have over 100 project supporters from really all spectrum. So we have local governments, we have water providers, both the irrigation and drinking water side. We have our government and elected officials from really all levels of government. We have those higher education institutions, environmental and recreation organizations, and many economic partnerships that realize the need for this. I'm gonna keep zooming through. So where are we today? So we have started the process with the state of Colorado to offer the CWCB the exclusive right to use these water rights for in-stream flow purposes. We started that process in May when we made alongside Excel the formal offer to the Colorado Water Conservation Board. That set up a 120-day consideration window. This is the website CWCB has put forward to walk through all of the steps for this. So I encourage you just to check that out. Here are the key dates. On May 21st, again, we made that initial offer. There were then 4 entities that came forward requesting a contested hearing on this acquisition. Those 4 entities were Aurora Water, Colorado Springs Utilities, Denver Water, and Northern Water, along with their municipal sub-district. So on July 1st, CWCB met, they granted the request for a contested hearing. They appointed a hearing officer and agreed to hold this contested hearing at their next meeting in September, or I guess a subsequent meeting in September 16th through 18th. July 9th was the deadline for party status. There are 41 parties to this case. At their most recent board meeting in July, they heard an update on this project. Over the next few months, we will go through the contested hearing process. So August 4th is when the parties need to submit their pre-hearing statements, and it will go through the rebuttal process. Again, the contested hearing will be held in conjunction with their September meeting, September 16th through 18th. It's going to be in Durango. And then September 18th ends that initial 120-day consideration window. Where we are offering the in-stream flow use mimics how these water rights are currently used today. So the in-stream flow reach would be at the current diversion point near Hanging Lake Tunnel to where the Shoshone Power Plant outfall is today. The key determination of this process is really whether these Shoshone water rights preserve and improve the environment to a natural degree. I won't get in, we've provided many habitat studies to the CWCB, Colorado Water Conservation Board staff, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife have also come with their recommendation that these water rights do preserve and improve the environment to a reasonable degree. So we believe we've met that standard and determination for the Colorado Water Conservation Board to move forward. I'm going to touch briefly just on the importance of historical use, because when you look at the request for a contested hearing, when you look at some of the oppositional standpoints to this project, it really comes down to what is that measurement of historical use for this water right? And I just want to stress that we recognize it's really important to get that right. It's also really important to know that process is really important for this project. And so while CWCB can consider historical use, the determination of what that number is and the methodology is within the sole purview of Water Court. We have that process set up for a reason. It is where these conversations take place. It is where the most appropriate venue, where all entities that have an interest can be a part of these conversations. So we have this respected body through Water Court to work through this issue. So absolutely deserves discussion, and it deserves discussion at the right venue. Here's just a quick list of all of the parties. So again, there were 41 parties that requested party status. Essentially, there are 37 in a support position, 4 in more of an oppositional stance. So we are working with all of those in support to prepare for this contested hearing in September. So again, this is a critical milestone for the project, and one that we are spending a lot of attention and time to be prepared to move forward with this project. But why does it matter? I like to just end with this slide of why is this so important to Colorado's Western Slope? It's long been our top water priority. Really, this project sustains the health of the Colorado River. It secures our agricultural economy, which is a $47 billion industry. 90%, as this group well knows, of our agricultural operations are family-owned farms and ranches. It also preserves our recreation economies, our fishing economies, our local governments that really rely on this river to drive their economies. It enhances water quality for those that rely on this river for their drinking water purposes. And so it's really a legacy level answer to legacy level issues on the Colorado River. So with that, I know I've taken up quite a bit of time. I don't know if we have questions, Chris, but I can stick around if there are any.
I appreciate that offer, Amy, and I will take you up on that. I'll buy you lunch if you can stick around. We'll have questions. We have Jason Ullman coming up next, state engineer, to talk about the state of the rivers all the way around the state. And then we'll, if we have time, we'll come back and open this up for questions to both Amy and Jason. Or Amy will be here when we break for lunch. Andrew, I'm looking to you. Jason's there. Yeah, I see you, Jason. Good. Jason, looks like you hear me. Why don't you give us a sound check?
You're on mute, Jason.
It's always the case.
Trying to get my presentation up. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
And we can hear you now. Thank you. And thank you for joining us. Jason Ullman is the state engineer for the state of Colorado, heads up the Water Resources Division within the Department of Natural Resources, and essentially is the chief water cop. He's the one who runs the system, ensures that we all play by the rules. Jason, I'll turn it over to you with thanks again for you joining us. Jason just got off a extended or 2-week vacation. Maybe
I did, yes.
So he is just joining us. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jason, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you inviting me to present to you to the group today. As a former West Slope resident for 18 years, I wish I could have made it to the meeting today, but unfortunately, given the fact that I've recently returned and there's been a few things that have occurred since I got back, which you'll hear about in my presentation. But my name is Jason Ullman. I am the state engineer and the director of the Division of Water Resources. And I want to start out by just, I guess, explaining a little bit about what that is. But the title of the presentation in your agenda is State of the Rivers, I think, in Colorado. I can say, if I was going to tell you, in a word or two what the state is, challenging. We have a lot of challenges in pretty much every river basin in the state of Colorado right now. And you're going to hear a little bit about some of those challenges, some of them in-state challenges, some of them, many of them, interstate challenges. And hopefully this is going to work. So is my second slide showing now?
It is.
Okay. So as Chris mentioned, our office is essentially the administrator of water rights in the state of Colorado. So Colorado in the Constitution adopted in Article 16, the prior appropriation doctrine as the legal framework by which we were going to manage water resources in the state of Colorado, and declared the water of every natural stream to be the property of the public, to be appropriated through the prior appropriation system. That gives you a legal framework for obtaining a water right. It does not then give you a framework for administering who's going to enforce that. And that's here in the statutes. Obviously, there's a bunch of statutes surrounding how you go about getting a water right, but this is the primary statute that directs and authorizes the state engineer and my staff to be the entity that administers, distributes, and regulates waters of the state in accordance with the Constitution. And so that's a pretty big job. We do all of that, including permitting wells, participating in the water court process, measuring streams. There's a bunch of things we do that are a part of that administration duty. But what I'm here to talk to you about, and I know there's short time, and I want to make sure I try to leave time for questions, is to talk about some challenges we have around the state in our different river basins in performing that primary role. So I will focus on the West Slope here in a minute, but I did want to talk just a bit about a couple of the other divisions. So this is a map of Colorado that shows how our agency is divided. Our agency since 1969 Act has been divided into 7 different water divisions that represent a hydrologic basin in the state of Colorado. So Division 1 is the South Platte, 2 is the Arkansas, 3 is the Rio Grande, and 4 is the Gunnison, 5 is the main stem of the Colorado, 6 is the Yampa White, Green, and also the North Platte. So that's the only basin that actually covers both east and west slope, and then or division, and then you have Division 7, which is all the streams in the southwest that run off into the San Juan and the Colorado. And so we have different each of these river basins divisions is very different. Each river in those divisions is a little bit different because of the way that it was either settled, the way that the water rights were adjudicated, the hydrology. And so there is different, I mean, we have generally the prior appropriation doctrine across the state, but there's just a different scheme of water rights in each of these basins. One of the big challenges we have right now in all of these river basins is issues related to interstate obligations. And why do we have interstate obligations? Because we are the headwaters state. We have the most compacts of any other state in the union with surrounding states for water delivery. And all of these different areas you see in this map rely in some way upon snowpack water that originates in Colorado and flows out of our state. And so you have all these surrounding states that also are primarily semi-arid lands to arid lands that are relying upon snowpack that falls in our mountains for some of their water supply. So we have all of these interstate obligations that our office is in charge of making sure we meet. So we perform administration in some of our basins currently to make sure that we meet those obligations. One of those is the South Platte, so Division 1. The compact in the South Platte was signed in 1923. It has no commission, so that means there's no entity that's formally recognized with people that sit on it to help administer the compact. It's essentially the state of Colorado working with the state of Nebraska. And like all the compacts, the state engineer's office is responsible for compliance. And it has 2 components to it: irrigation season and non-irrigation season. The irrigation season component is essentially 120 CFS call at the Julesburg gauge from April 1st to October 15th with an 1897 priority. And then the winter or non-irrigation season component is related to Nebraska's ability to build this Perkins County Canal, which I'm sure you've all heard some about. And that would be a similar issue where there'd be a call for 500 CFS with a 1921 priority for the other part of the year from October 16th to March 31st. Nebraska began building this canal back prior to the compact, even in 1894. Didn't complete it, but it is included as part of the compact. That's as much as I'm going to say about the South Platte, other than to tell you, if you aren't already aware, that Nebraska on July 16th filed with the Supreme Court a complaint against Colorado related to their desire to build the Perkins County Canal. So we are working on a response to that filing at this time. So challenges in the Arkansas River Basin. The Arkansas River Compact, and you're going to hear and understand how different each of these compacts are, but this was signed in 1948. It actually was, they began negotiating this compact at the same time as the South Platte and the Colorado, but it never was fully realized until 1948. It does have a commission with the CWCB director as the commissioner on the Arkansas Compact Administration. The SEO, their state engineer's office, is responsible for making sure we comply with the compact. It is interesting in the sense that it basically took 1948 and said that is the baseline. No further depletions are allowed in the Arkansas Basin that aren't replaced by some augmentation source. And so it held the level of development essentially in the Arkansas as steady from 1948 on. So all of the stuff that's happened since 1948 has been, augmentation plans, replacements to changes of water rights, exchanges. And then you also have obviously the Fry Arc project that brought water in from the Colorado in the 60s. But as you might imagine, that creates some complications and some challenges. Kansas sued us in 1984, claiming that we were allowing more depletions from wells, and that case wasn't resolved until the late 90s. But we do a lot of work with Kansas. Kansas actually to make sure that they are comfortable with what we're doing in Colorado to administer our augmentation plans. We also there's a model that determines compact compliance. So every year in the springtime, our staff are working feverishly to complete that model to determine where we're at in terms of credits or debits to Kansas under the compact. And, with all of the different changes and challenges in the Arkansas, municipal transfers to the Denver metro area, obviously, we have regular conversations with Kansas about how that's going. And those complicating factors are also present in the South Platte. The decrees for replacements have become so complex, it's just very hard to administer. It's not hard to administer, but with the staff we have, it's difficult. Our staffing has not gone up very much in the last 20 years. So, the last one I want to talk about before I get to the West Slope is the Rio Grande. This compact was signed in 1938, and it has a compact commission with the state engineer as the commissioner for Texas, New Mexico, and Colorado. And it is a delivery obligation based upon a gauge, index gauge. If there's a certain amount of flow at the gauge at Del Norte, to simplify it, then we are required to deliver a certain volume at the state line. So it makes sense from a hydrologic perspective. It kind of fluctuates and adjusts to hydrology. We are still, one of the issues in the Rio Grande is the aquifers. There's a confined and an unconfined aquifer in the Rio Grande that we have a requirement by legislation to keep sustainable as the state engineer's office. And they've done that by creating these sub-districts that it's a local solution to try to manage and come up with plans to make sure that the aquifers are sustainable. And the biggest one of those, Sub-District 1, has been challenged to meet their sustainability metric. And so they've filed a new amended plan for their district that we are currently scheduled to go to trial on in January of next year, that the state engineer approved this groundwater management plan. The other challenge right now is we're trying to, there's the Supreme Court case, Texas versus New Mexico and Colorado. Texas sued New Mexico in 2013, claiming that depletions from their wells below Elephant Butte Reservoir were causing New Mexico to not meet their compact obligation to Texas. Here we are in 2025, 12 years later, it's not quite settled yet. The three states had come to an agreement on a consent decree, and the federal government who operates the Rio Grande project stepped in and said, we don't agree to this, and we didn't sign this consent decree. The Supreme Court sent it back for further discussions. So we've been having continued mediation meetings with the states, and I think we're close to finalizing that. Hopefully this fall, we will have another meeting with the special master in Philadelphia to confirm the agreements and consent decree that is related to that compact. So positive movement here in the Rio Grande on the compact issues. This was just a graph I included about the Sub-District 1 aquifer that shows how much decline has occurred over the last 25 years during this multi-decade drought we're in. So it's not just in the Colorado Basin where we're having issues with hydrology. Not only is the pumping depleting the aquifer, but the inflows to that aquifer are just not what they used to be. And so you've seen this decline, which brings the aquifer down to approximately 1.2 million acre feet lower than it was in 2000. So that is a challenge that they're trying to meet with this sub-district plan. I maybe skip the Republican other than saying that we have a compact on the Republican as well. The Republican is a basin where the primary source is groundwater. There isn't a lot of surface water in the Republican. Our way we meet the compact right now is based upon a 2016 resolution signed between the three states that required Colorado to dry up 10,000 acres by the end of last year and 25,000 acres by the end of 2029. We met that goal. The compact administration confirmed that at our meeting this past December. And so we're well on our way to continuing compliance. The challenge there is that we pump 8 wells, put it in a pipeline and send it across the state into Nebraska near Ray, Colorado, as the other component of compliance with this compact. And because of the decline in aquifer levels, those wells are not producing as much as they used to. So the Republican River Water Conservation District right now is in the process of trying to fund an expansion of that pipeline. Okay, so most of you are, all of you are from the West Slope in some area. And so the Colorado River, I'm not going to go through the law of the Colorado River, but I have this slide in here because it has the map of the compact. So the compact for the Colorado River right now obviously isn't being negotiated. It is the guidelines for the operation of Lakes Powell and Lake Mead that expire in 2026. And so that's the subject of the negotiation process that it sounds like Amy may have talked about a little bit in her presentation. The states are still meeting. The 7 state representatives are still meeting to try to come up with a 7-state consensus solution. They have come up with this natural flow concept where the delivery from Lake Powell would be based in some way or in some percentage of the natural flow as calculated coming into Lake Powell. And so, which I think is a positive movement. Obviously, there's details about what that percentage is and the requirements or obligations to meet that percentage that the states are discussing. What I want to talk about a little bit is what I know there's some interest of on the West Slope, and that is, we do compliance on the other 3 basins I just talked about. For the South Platte, the Arkansas, the Rio Grande, we're doing active measures to ensure that we comply with the compact. In the Colorado, we are not doing that right now because we have been in compliance with the compact. The river has produced more than the 75 million acre feet over a 10-year running average that is stated in the compact as the non-depletion. We shall not deplete the river below an aggregate of 75 million acre feet, as you see there in the top section out of the 1922 compact. And then the other 2 excerpts are from the Upper Colorado River Compact, and it defines the way that compliance would be determined by the Upper Colorado River Commission for the Upper Basin states. And so in Article 4 of that Upper Colorado River Compact, it vests essentially the authority to make that determination to the UCRC, and the UCRC would determine the extent of curtailment by each state. And then under Article 8, make a findings as to the necessity for and the extent of curtailment of use required. That has never happened. It's never needed to happen because we've been in compliance, never been close to being out of compliance. And I'm sure many of you have seen this graph in many different forms and presentations. It's the flow at Lee Ferry over the since 1954. The blue bars are individual years. the black line is the 10-year rolling average. And so you'll see that the red line is the 75 million acre feet amount stated in the compact. And Lake Powell was completed in 1963. So you'll see these really low years of flow at Lee Ferry after that, as they were filling Lake Powell, resulted in this one spot where we came close to that 75 million acre feet period, and no finding was made at that time. Lake Powell completed filling in 1980. And then as you see these just huge years in the 80s and then the 90s, kept it pretty close to full during that period until the 2000s. And we all know what's happened during the last 25 years is this drought that we're in has reduced the reservoir levels to below 33% of their capacity. And so this graph is intended to show, one, that we've not been out of compliance. So the state engineer, that's why we aren't doing any actions for compliance. The rolling average, the 10-year rolling average, that would be the measure at Lee Ferry. If the 2025 and 2026 years end up resulting in 7.48 million acre feet releases, as the Bureau has planned in their operating plan, then we would be around 82.7 million acre feet at the end of 2026. This year was not good. The inflow into Lake Powell could be lower than, could be around 3 million acre feet, even though there was much, you would have expected much more based upon the snowpack. So that following year, 2027 will likely be another 7.48 or lower release year. Why do I mention that? Well, because there is, we recognize that the lower basin believes that 75 million acre feet, maybe not the trigger, that there's this language about half of the Mexican treaty obligation of 1.5 million acre feet that would be responsibility of the upper basin. That is not the upper basin's reading of the compact, but suffice it to say that we hitting that 82.5 million acre feet is a number that could be could engender additional discussions, if nothing else. And so I show this just to, I guess, indicate that we're close, getting close to that number sooner than we would have ever expected based upon, projections. It's unfortunate that the hydrology has just continued to be worse than what we would have projected. And this is important for all of the state because, as all of you know, all these major river basins in the blue area on the west side of Colorado, also then on the green side there with divisions 1, 2, and 3, receive a significant amount of water as represented by those red arrows from the west slope to augment their supplies. And so Colorado River and its status, whether there's compliance required, is a big deal for the entire state of Colorado. And so right now, I guess I want to indicate that as we get close to the end of this negotiation process on the 2026 guidelines, I know Scott Cameron, the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science, has set this November deadline for the states to come up with a consensus alternative. We recognize that depending on the outcome of that, if there's a consensus alternative that includes foreclosure of the opportunity for the lower basin to claim a shortage while those are in place and while the reservoirs are operated pursuant to them, then that that potential for compact compliance by our office is off the table for a while again, right? So it's not maybe as critical to work on that. If, however, that is not the case, we recognize that there will be a need to work on some guidelines, criteria, rules for how we would accomplish compliance in a very complicated system. You see, the South Platte, Arkansas, and Rio Grande have, they have tributaries, but they have one major river leaving their basins for us to worry about dealing with on compliance. The Colorado Basin has many, 8 or 9 major rivers leaving the state, where if the UCRC was to declare we had an insufficiency, it'd be difficult to spread that out amongst all of those different river basins in terms of um, where are we gonna get the water to comply with whatever amount we need to deliver. So what we're doing right now, we've been doing measurement rules. And so we have completed them in Division 6, and Division 7s were signed in April of this year. They went into effect in June 1st. We have had stakeholder meetings in Division 4, and those are completed. We had relatively few comments from Division 4 and believe we'll be filing those with the Water Court here probably in later July. And the intent, I'm going to just jump to this slide because I'm jumping to the conclusion. But in Division 5, our last West Slope Basin, we are holding stakeholder meetings or planning to hold stakeholder meetings probably starting in November of this year, and intending to potentially file, depending on the outcome of those stakeholder meetings, with the Water Court in early 2026. So this is our first step towards, having the information in place that we would need if curtailment or some efforts to do compliance would be necessary, because measurement's important. Measurement's important to so that we can maximize beneficial use within the prior appropriation system, maximize the beneficial use of Colorado's resource that we are entitled to in Colorado for our users. Like it says there under data, to protect Colorado water users during compliance. Diversion records are required by statute, so having good measurement allows us to prepare high quality, accurate diversion records. And then it also obviously helps us to ensure that we can comply with interstate obligations. Many of our other basins have more consistent measurement. We have some areas, on the West Slope, which is why we've moved forward with this as the first step, where some tributaries that haven't been on call very often just don't have the same kind of measurement infrastructure that we see in Divisions 1, 2, and 3, where we've been administering for compact compliance for many years. And it's required, these rules are just basically setting a standard and more, a better standard than the statute, which just says shall erect where necessary, suitable and proper headgate and proper measuring flumes, weirs, and devices. So this gives the public an opportunity to come in, to talk to us, to give us input, and to provide more, more detail on what is required to meet this statutory obligation. And the rules define as a result, where is it necessary? When is a headgate necessary? What constitutes adequate measurement method, and the process and timeline for evaluating adequacy. So as we move forward with stakeholder meetings in Division 5, if you're in Division 5, please pay attention to our website. Those notices will go out through our notification lists and on our website. And I don't know. I think maybe it would be better if I leave some time for questions. I think that kind of covers what I intended to cover.
Thank you, Jason. That is helpful. We have questions for Jason, and maybe I would start with one, Jason, for all the divisions, especially on the Western Slope. One of your offerings of explanation on the measurement rules is where measurements are required. Where are measuring devices not required?
That's a good question. So as per the rules that have been signed in these two other divisions, there are some exemptions or exceptions where they're not required. And those exceptions have included ponds used for the sole purpose of wildlife, diversions from springs that are 15 gallons a minute or less that are used for domestic purposes, which tend to be similar to exempt wells. Exempt wells are also exempted from needing to have measurement. And so it's those kinds of things that are are essentially not places where measurement is needed.
Thank you. Other questions for Jason? Rachel Richards?
Thank you so much for the presentation and bringing us up to speed on so many issues. I was reading recently about the effort in Custer County, I believe, to identify ponds and if they are already permitted for their water, or were they created as recreational or personal amenities without a beneficial use. Can you tell us a little about that effort, and will it expand to other counties?
Sure. Thank you for that. That's a good question as well. That was just recently, I think, in the Colorado Sun. So that effort is related to a wider Division II wide effort to identify where there are ponds that may not have a legal authorization through either a water right or through an exemption as an erosion control dam to exist. Why is it started in Division II? Well, you remember I explained in the Arkansas, there's this requirement that essentially the compact set a level of development, no depletions in the Arkansas after 1948 that are not replaced. So it becomes very critical when you have proliferation of ponds, which are evaporating water that don't have a legal authorization to be there. And so they started a division-wide effort, but as you might imagine, that's a huge undertaking. And like I said, we haven't had a large increase in staff that would allow us to take on giant projects like that. And so this effort in Custer County was a partnership with Custer County Conservancy District to try and do a smaller area, identify all of these structures, and work with the county to find ways that they could either have, get replacement water so that they could continue to keep their pond if it doesn't have legal authorization, or either fill it in, or maybe we find out that they can fit underneath one of the exemptions that's allowed in statute. And so I would imagine that, given that it's been fairly successful, that we would try to do that with some other counties as well. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Commissioner Redmond?
Thank you. Jason, I was wondering, over the last few years, I have seen, especially in the Yampa Valley, several times 100% snowpack and 80% runoff. So how will we measure and effectively work with the lower basins when we're actually seeing less water entering our rivers?
I guess I would say that that's obviously been a problem that we see in all the basins in Colorado, is this trend towards less runoff from the same amount of snowpack. And whether that's, because this aridification has caused the soil column to be dried out. And so more of that water is soaking into the soil column and becoming groundwater rather than running off into the stream system, I guess is not question. This is why we've been pretty adamant and continue to press this case and try to help the lower basin understand the shortages that we're dealing with. That this is something that we deal with every year. It's getting worse. I mean, the supply is not getting greater. We're getting less runoff from the same snowpack. So I don't know if that answers your question, is if you have something else, but that's, I guess what I would say to that is that we're attempting to educate everywhere we go about this issue, and the fact that my office has staff out in the field shutting people off every year. In some tributaries more than others, but every year we're doing curtailment in the Colorado and across the state because of this problem. And the curtailment is we're having to curtail more water rights at more senior levels because of this decline in supply.
If I could follow up then, we're doing some work getting some soil moisture meters into the watershed. And I was hoping that that would help us as we argue our case on, you know, our fair share of the water. And I would say, and I also find it frustrating that they use the 20s when it was one of the highest production snowpacks, and that really doesn't fit the average. So I'm asking you, please advocate, fight for my state. You know, we never even take really what I would consider to be our fair share. And I have concerns with the Bureau of Reclamation trying to have some power over us, whereas when I read the compact, I don't see that they have any legal obligation to us.
I mean, you're correct in the sense that the lower basin, the Bureau is the water master. In the upper basin, we have an Upper Colorado River Commission and an Upper Colorado River Compact. Unlike what they do not have that in the lower basin. And I want to make sure you understand that, you know, everywhere we go, myself, Becky Mitchell, as the UCRC commissioner, are advocating for Colorado and saying over and over again, you know, we're using 3 to 5 million acre, 3 to 3.5 to 4.5 million acre feet on average every year out of the 7.5 million acre feet that the compact intended to allot to the upper basin states. And the lower basin has been using more than that. And so we are definitely focused on protecting and defending Colorado's rights to the water that's entitled to.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah. There are challenges out there. Jason, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate that. If you want to stay on, you certainly can. We're going to discuss a couple resolutions. I did want to add one thing to Amy's presentation. Club 20 has sent comments, and they were out there yesterday. I don't know if they're still out there today. Copies
might
of
have
the letters.
might have
Club
ran
20
out.
sent to CWCB as part of the public comment in support of the River District's application for in-stream flow conversion, donation and conversion, as well as to federal agencies and legislators in support of the $40 million that has been authorized and appropriated, but is currently locked up in the current administration's management of the federal budget. So anyway, those letters were out there. We can get you copies if you want to see those. I want to see if we can get through 3 resolutions very quickly. The first one in order, and these also are out there. If any of you don't have them, you can run out and grab a copy. The first one is a small amendment to the reuse of Trans Mountain diverted water. I believe this is still a very pertinent resolution. And if we could have a motion, we'll put that on the table. I'll second. It's Nancy Fishery and the person who sits next to Callie. All right. Yes, Rachel Richards.
PSOP dead, is that's why it's being deleted?
No, PSOP is very much alive, but it is now in process, now in development. So that's why that's being, and that is the only, there's just a removal. This is bringing it up.
Turn your microphone on.
This is bringing this up to date by removing that one whereas, and that's the only change that. A 10-2, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Now let me get to the San Miguel project. We recommend deletion of this resolution. The San Miguel project is one of the many West Slope projects that were approved as part of the compact negotiations, the upper compact negotiations. And with the San Miguel project simply is not going to be built as a federal project, certainly not as originally conceived, and it is recommended for deletion. Nancy Fisher.
Nancy Fishering, I, move to delete WA 10-3 San Miguel project.
Thank you. Second by Cindy Dozier. Any discussion? This does not indicate that Club 20 doesn't support development of water within the San Miguel Basin or any features of the San Miguel project. Simply that we don't think that you'd be able to successfully lobby Congress to build it. All those in favor of deletion of WA 10-3, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Right, thank you. That passes to the board unanimously. The next one is the Glen Canyon Dam opposing removal proposals for Glen Canyon Dam. Some small updates to this resolution, but not changing the substance of the resolution. Nancy Fisher.
I move to amend WW4 Glen Canyon, approving the removal.
Who was the second? Are we?
Are waiting, second, thank you. You had a chance to review that, any discussion? All right, those in favor of amending as presented, WA 00-4 as a recommendation of this committee to the board, please say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Thank you, that was very.
Very efficient, everyone. I'm so proud of you all.
With that efficiency, are there any questions that are pressing that you would like to pose to Amy for the group? Since we didn't get a chance for Q&A with Amy's presentation, or will you defer your questions and talk to Amy during lunch? Rob Sagata.
Robert Sakata, Colorado Department of Ag. It's not a question for Amy, just a couple of points that you asked questions on, is that for the severance tax group, Nate Pearson at DWR is leading that effort. I've been in communication with them. They haven't set any appointments yet, so they're working with the legislators in that fact. And most likely, we're going to partner with the Colorado Water Center to be the third party that's identified in that legislation. So Karen Slatter is going to be leading that. So we're excited to have her looking at that. And then also on the measurement rules, wanted to let people know that there are funds available for people that have to put in measuring devices. CWCB will be the source of that fund. So when they nail down the contractor for that, go to the CWCB website. There are funds available to help people put in measuring devices.
Thank you. Very important.
The state fry will be on the evening of the 5th. That day, we will have our organizational meetings, and then following day will be our conference itself. So make sure you do get your tickets. It's open on our website. If you have any challenges, feel free to call the office. One quick reminder as well is to book your room at the DoubleTree. We have a great rate, $149. And I think somebody was telling me, was it Chris? You were looking around at other hotels. It's by far the cheapest option in Grand Junction, and we have a big room block for everybody. So please make sure to book that as soon as possible. It expires in about just less than a month. So make sure you get up in there. That information is also on our website, and we'll be sending out some more information as well. And then we do have a light lunch for you, and we have some to-go boxes too if you want to take it for the road and go. I know a lot of you guys like to head out. So thank you for joining us, and thank you to the county for hosting us here as well in this wonderful building that's newly remodeled. And with that, get some growth.